This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting a position on him. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, yes.
Ooh, welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 309. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we have an interesting book review that concerns soft American power and the formation of it in the 20th century. But given that we are still in monitoring war mode, I believe day 6 of the Operation Epic Epstein's Fury, I thought maybe it'd be a good opportunity up front just to talk for a minute about the hard power being used right now, right? And I think, we could probably trace some connections between the two, right? Because they're always intertwined.
I think it's interesting to talk about. I mean, we're going to talk about, the big three foundations, like the Ford Foundation, Carnegie, and
Rockefeller.
Rockefeller Foundation. But, and like the book that we're going to be talking about, like it's kind of about how like constitutive and how important those organizations are in, as you said, like American soft power. But, like in the current context, it's like, I mean, I thought this book was like very good, but it's difficult to like kind of read it and not like wish that, it does feel like a little bit dated because it's still kind of like very much like of the Obama era.
Right.
And,
what year was this book? It definitely came out during the Obama administration. 2012 it was published.
Yeah.
By Inderjeet Parmar.
Yeah.
And it is good, but it's like, if only you knew how bad things were going to get. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like some of the parts at the end where I thought were interesting, and you can kind of see some of the new, like the post-Cold War kind of foundation activity, and particularly the sort of like post-Bush or like alternative to Bush approach to like American imperialism, really stoked in certain foundations like in the 2000s. That's kind of where the story cuts off. But, I think rightfully he's pretty skeptical and kind of points out like the neo-continuity of between the Bush administration and like the Obama administration. And even it almost even gets to I think like we talked about in our last episode about Iran, from time to time you can see this clash of Yankee cowboy like sensibilities a little bit. And while I don't want to over determine that, I think that like that post-Bush kind of formulation that the foundations cooked up for like how to exercise American power and everything is like a really great example of like
peace theory.
Democratic peace theory. That's very like Yankee coded, right?
And that is like the ascendant theory. Like definitely has like shifted. Like if you look at like. For instance, he was talking about that document, like which is an amazing name, like classic type of like international relations policy paper name, like it's liberty, forging a world of liberty under law.
Liberty under law shall be the whole of the law. Liberty under law shall be the whole of the law.
By J. John Eikenberry and Anne Marie Slaughter. Well, their names were on it as co-directors, but really this is a product of like this massive project, the Princeton Project of National Security, that was underwritten by I actually forget which one funded it. It's probably in the acknowledgments, but one of these, either like the Ford Foundation, the Carnegie, or the Rockefeller. I think it might have been the Ford Foundation, honestly, but I'm not sure.
Right.
But yeah, this is like if you read like Obama's like national security strategy, in 2010, it's like basically, and I think the author points this out, like it's basically the same. It's like, very, very similar. It follows the basic beats of like forging a world of liberty under law. Whereas if you read like Trump's like 2025 or 2026 national security strategy documents, it's almost like kind of a repudiation of this. Like, if you one like quote that I highlighted was so much of like the sort of consensus that was engineered by these foundations had to do with the idea of like a realist foreign policy, right? Which was like very like sort of counterposed to the idea of isolationism, right?
Yeah.
Like they were very concerned that like serious foreign policy be sort of narrativized and constructed as something like, not sort of retreating from the world, right? That the only realistic and the only sensible thing to do was to have like an American empire, right?
Yes.
And to contain the Cold War context, to contain the Soviet Union, et cetera, right? And then there needs to be a new rationale, right? Which was this kind of democratic enlargement. But in this document, it says this kind of weird, like almost like Gnostic statement where President Trump's foreign policy is pragmatic without being pragmatist, realistic without being realist, principled without being idealistic, muscular without being hawkish, and restrained without being dovish. It is not grounded in traditional political ideology. It is motivated above all by what works for America, or, in 2 words, America first. So, like, basically,
Yikes.
just saying very little, right? But it's interesting because, I mean, we can talk about this a little bit, but part of the sort of issue being worked out by this book is like sort of relationship with there's like a little bit of like theory and stuff in the introduction, even though I think overall the introduction is like a fire and like we should definitely read some from it. But part of what's being worked out is kind of like the relationship between these organizations, like these parastate organizations and the state, to what extent are they intertwined, to what extent they're independent of one another. And of course, like their narrative of themselves, these like philanthropic foundations, is that they're independent, even though like history obviously like contradicts that pretty forcefully. But now we kind of see this like interesting sort of shift where you almost, even like after the death of Charlie Kirk, I remember J.D. Vance like criticizing the Ford Foundation, right, for funding The Nation, because The Nation ran some negative article about Charlie Kirk, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, that's a classic. It's like a classic dynamic, right? Of the kind of like red baiting these foundations as being like anti-American communist.
It's not
what
necessarily
the fuck?
new, because you even have like Alger Hiss,
Oh,
who
yeah.
I think was the chair of, which one was he the chair of?
Might have been
he was
Carnegie.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't think it was Ford, but I mean, a lot of
he was the president
Ford.
of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Until 1949. So obviously he was like dragged before HUAC and everything. So it's not like a totally new phenomenon. But like at the same time, like it's weird because there's kind of this idea that, I mean, we'll talk about it, but there's kind of this idea that you can't have an empire without this kind of soft power that is sort of cultivating like a serious elite in other countries that's going to be amenable to like the American vision of the world and is going to believe that America is a good country and that like American imperialism is a good thing, right? And is going to like see the world in American terms, right? You need to have those countries controlled by this like a elite that doesn't even like see themselves as being like stooges or puppets or like agents or anything, but that's just like their worldview. Like their education, their training is, through these institutions funded by these organizations, and they have this like, so it's there's a line, I forget like who said it in the book. We'll probably get to it, but it's like, your propaganda is the best propaganda because it's not even propaganda. It
this was, I think,
heavy-handed. It's very subtle.
This might have been associated with a Congress for Cultural Freedom conference or something related to that was funded by the Ford Foundation. It was a Czechoslovak fellow in 1967, interestingly, right before the Prague Spring, that said your propaganda is the best propaganda because it is not propaganda at all. By which he meant that and it testifies to the effectiveness, but also the sneakiness of like the propaganda of no propaganda, like the not propaganda propaganda that America kind of perfected, and the foundations were like a driving force of kind of perfecting of not like those communists like telling you what to believe, man, but like it's more of a vibe that you just kind of like accept, and there's like certain assumptions that you get, like it's all very cozy and like not directly coercive and ideological. It pretends to be not ideological, and meanwhile you get to go on like amazing little retreats to like castles and get wined and dined, and maybe go to Epstein's Island, like you get the good life, right? And then you were also treated with like respect, and everything's chill, and then you go, wow, America, so great. And then I think that's kind of what he meant, what this Czech fellow meant by that, is that it operates on this more like seductive level than coercive level, right? But the coercion, it exists in certain ways, especially in who, we've talked about this so many times with like foundations of like who they don't fund, right? Like to be excluded from the funding pipeline in like academia or whatever in the NGO world is to like be starved out. And so, they're during the Cold War, but even still today, they'll talk a lot, these big three, about fostering like debates and like like a pluralistic society. But there are like limits on the pluralistic society. Right. Like on the one hand, you have kind of like the John Bircher isolationist, like the right wing yahoos is how they kind of saw it in the like in the Roosevelt era, right, in the 30s. This was a challenge they had to overcome, but also like anything that's like Marxist, like no, that's like a hard no. So, I think we've brought up before, like in different instances where things are being funded by the Ford Foundation, even things that some people think are pretty heckin' leftist, but like you have to put a little asterisk on it that there is a limit to like, if you actually start going into like socialist mode or like not taking the side of America in the Cold War, that would be a kind of, that'd be a line too far, or if you speak positively, so things like KPFA and Pacifica Radio, while leftists are.
There's a good portion about this. Yeah, there's a good part about this from Harold Lasky that he quotes. He says, the effect of large foundation funds on university research, lamented Lasky, was the effective control over the character, methods, and topics of research. Dangerous problems, this is Lasky's quote, dangerous problems are not likely to be investigated, especially not by quote-unquote dangerous men, citing a project not funded by a foundation because, quote, its completion would be displeasing to Benito Mussolini, end quote. The mere existence of large funds influenced by the development of research, influence the development of research. The foundations do not control, Lasky counseled, simply because, in the direct and simple sense of the word, there is no need for them to do so. They have only to indicate the immediate direction of their minds for the whole university world to discover that it always meant to gravitate swiftly to that angle of the intellectual compass. Mm-hmm. Right?
That's some fire right there.
Yeah, they just like kind of dangle like the money, and then it's like, oh, actually, you can actually kind of see like how people like tailor their research to get the endorsement and the sponsorship of these foundations ubiquitously. But it is interesting how over time these institutions have become so established, and we've also seen an efflorescence of foundations basically on the model of these big three kind of sprouting up all across Europe, right, and other it's become a much of a basically established way of doing politics. It's a very popular and ascendant model in some ways, right? We do see kind of the orthodoxy that they more or less promoted for a long time. We do see some sort of rejection of it and movements away from it, like you see in that kind of quote from Trump's national security policy, or even in the same document you see kind of this rejection of the idea of the importance of building democracy or establishing democracy abroad, right? Which one way or another these foundations definitely tend to encourage, right? And the organizations funded by them tend to encourage, right? So there's a little bit of a pivot there. But what I think is interesting is that even though you kind of see like a slide away from this idea of like, this is kind of what we were talking about in our recent episode that was, more directly about the recent, attack on Iran by the United States and Israel. Like this idea of like politically correct wars or like woke wars, right?
Yeah,
that like somehow
yeah.
Iraq and was woke and Kissinger was woke and these people were all like politically correct or something, which is like bizarre for a moment. It's like hard to comprehend, but you like in a way like you do kind of see how there is this sort of rhetoric of we talked about like we need to make sure the world doesn't hate us, right? And so that needs to actually affect policy. But now you almost see this kind of break where like the institutions that were designed to prevent that sort of hatred from growing and to ensure this sort of positive perception of America on the world stage and to promote this narrative of America as a good country, right? And like to promote America's values as universal values, right? That whole apparatus is still like in place, but now you have like a government that is like pursuing like just like straight up like violence and like not to like diminish the extent to which the government previously had done that, but there isn't like really the pretense of it has I think diminished to an extent. But you still have, even though like these same foundations and these organizations will fund things, like the Nation or these various kind of like democracy groups that will then like criticize the Trump administration or something, or criticize like the sensibility of the war and things like that. Ultimately they still like create the they still create the sort of the context and still create the casus belli and the sort of justification and like the sort of moral argument on which this whole thing is built. Like all the things that they're deploying, like the idea that like, oh, like this is a terrorist, this is like these people are animals, they're terrorists, like they're like a threat to the free world, like they've been at war with us for 47 years, like they can't really, and they don't really like argue with the basic
they don't
of all this.
Exactly. They do not challenge the basic premises that all like all these powerful institutions basically all hold and share in common. There's almost like an insider's like agreement to like not talk about that, right? Like you could fight about all kinds of other things, but like they will not, even these ones that are like very critical of Trump and critical of what's going on right now. Like, we're unk enough to have to been like teenagers when the Iraq War happened, and then like the rise of the deep unpopularity of that war, after Bush got reelected, and then the ascendance of Obama and this like new hotshot team. A lot of people were like, brought back from like the Clinton administration, who were into these kind of like, democratic, democracy spreading, humanitarian intervention kind of philosophies. But like, I think this book does a really great job of like showing that continuity, but just they think they can do it smarter. Like this is about being prudent. It's not about like really questioning the morality of like, should we dominate the world and like leverage our like powerful military to ice out any country. It's just kind of like shifting the justifications to something a little bit more sophisticated than like whatever the fuck like Trump or George W. Bush and Rumsfeld were doing at their worst, which is kind of like being raw power, like fuck off, like raw power. We're just doing what we're doing and you have to deal with it. And like, that's, I guess that can work in the short term if you can get away with it. But like, they didn't exactly fully get away with it. Like it caused a lot of problems for them, and it caused a lot of PR problems, right? Let's think, this is only like 13 years after the end of, or 12 years, after like the end of the Cold War. And it's like America already blew it. Like they blew the cover of being like, we're actually going to be a good superpower and we're just going to like promote peace and all that shit. Like Clinton, Clinton bombed a whole bunch of people, but he also he had that framing on it, right? Of like, I'm doing this for the Kosovo humanitarian reasons, and all that shit. And there was a little bit of like kayfabe going on that like, oh, well, and then, then you saw that come back with Obama with like a vengeance, right? It was all about like supporting the aspirations of people living under dictatorships and wanting to be free and blah, blah, blah. But then they were still destroying countries, but they were able to get away with quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like without people, being like, oh my God, this is so fucked up. Like, people either in America at least were like not paying attention to it, or, in allied areas like Europe, like the degree to which there's the hype in Europe around like, arming Ukraine to the very fucking end, and like this kind of almost like borderline, like very self-destructive foreign policy mentality in like the EU countries about like we need to like drain our treasuries and all of our weapons and like tank our economies and like anything just to like stick it to like fucking Russia, fuck you, like, you know, which I think was inculcated. I don't think it, you know, 100% just comes from like American influence, but I feel like that NGO complex, you know, we talked about it with Peter from Events in Ukraine, the Soros sites in Ukraine, like the pivotal role. I talked about it with Aaron Moulton, like the Soros art thing.
Because they are like fundamentally like international, right? And that's like what a lot of them like are sort of funding primarily, or like these things, you know, they even have like, you know, funding outlets like in all these other countries, you know, even though in the US, like, it, you know, we can still fund these organizations that kind of promote like the development of like scholars and of politicians and you know, activists in the Ukraine or anywhere, you know, or just even in just in Western Europe, right? They talk in the book about how you know, this was like done in like with the UK too, kind of, because like with the Labour Party like was seen to have like kind of a dangerous left wing, right? And like that could maybe get out of control. So like they like deliberately tried to cultivate like the right wing of the Labour Party, and we kind of see the fruits of that today.
New
right?
Labour,
and they're very much
like
and they're never ever in a million years would they go against like anything, you know, the United States does, right? Because like that's, you know, that what they like seem to be committed to above all else. I mean, I don't know like if they actually would have the ability to do so. I mean, they maybe could do something, right? They don't have no power, but certainly like they're very much just, you know, compliant with. But yeah, I mean, in terms of what you're saying, I actually kind of copied some of Bill Clinton's State of the Union from 1994, and I think this is like actually kind of interesting, right? Because this is like
when he goes full Kantian. Somebody said.
Well, so yeah, someone said it was like unmitigated Kantianism, but. I mean, yeah, and I think that was in the context of like how he talks about like the, you know, spreading of democracy. But it is interesting because, you know, this is a time when like, the Cold War had ended. And so like a lot of people were like, oh, well, maybe we could actually kind of like wind down our war machine and like reapply it to things like, you know, universal healthcare, which even comes up in this
peace
speech,
dividend, right?
Yeah, like, but he says, ultimately, the best strategy to ensure our security and to build a durable peace is to support the advance of democracy elsewhere. Democracies don't attack each other. All right. They make better trading partners and partners in diplomacy. That is why we have supported, you and I, the democratic reformers in Russia and in other states of the former Soviet bloc. I applaud the bipartisan support this Congress provided last year for our initiatives to help Russia, Ukraine, and the other states through their epic transformations. So I guess, you know, it's not...
not
exactly.
that different.
Not so different. Yeah, the word epic, has been floating around. Yeah. Our support of reform must combine patience for the enormity of the task and vigilance for our fundamental interests and values. We will continue to urge Russia and the other states to press ahead with economic reforms. We will seek to cooperate with Russia to solve regional problems while insisting that if Russian troops operate in neighboring states, they do so only when those states agree to their presence and in strict accord with international standards. But we must also remember, as these nations chart their own futures, and they must chart their own futures, how much more secure and more prosperous our own people will be if democratic and market reforms succeed across the former communist bloc. Our policy has been to support that move, and that has been the policy of the Congress. We should continue it. That is why I went to Europe early this month to work with our European partners to help to integrate all the former communist countries into a Europe that has a possibility of becoming unified for the first time in its entire history. Based on the simple commitments of all nations in Europe to democracy, to free markets, and to the respect for existing borders. With our allies, we've created a partnership for peace that invites states from the former Soviet bloc and other non-NATO members to work with NATO in military cooperation. When I met with Central Europe's leaders, including Lech Walesa and Václav Havel, men who put their lives on the line for freedom, I told them that the security of their region is important to our country's security. This year, we must also do more to support democratic renewal and human rights and sustainable development all around the world. We asked Congress to ratify the new GATT Accord. We will continue standing by South Africa as it works its way through its bold and hopeful and difficult transition to democracy. We will convene a summit of the Western Hemisphere's democratic leaders from Canada to the tip of South America, and we will continue to press for the restoration of true democracy in Haiti. As we build a more constructive relationship with China, we must continue to insist on clear signs of improvement in that nation's human rights record. We will also work for new progress toward the Middle East peace. Last year, the world watched Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat at the White House when they had their historic handshake of reconciliation. But there is a long, hard road ahead, and yeah, sure, you're not kidding. And on that road, I am determined that I and our administration will do all we can to achieve a comprehensive and lasting peace for all the people in the region. This is the part, that's interesting, and I mean, that's all interesting, but this in particular, this sentence. Now, there are some in our country who argue that with the Cold War, America should turn its back on the rest of the world. Many around the world were afraid we would do just that. But again, I like this. Everyone was afraid. Everyone was scared.
Don't leave us.
No,
Yeah.
please, no. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But I took this office on a pledge that had no partisan tinge to keep our nation secure by remaining engaged in the rest of the world. I don't know if that's like part of the oath of office, but whatever. Okay. I think it's like
pledge.
Yeah.
It was a bipartisan pledge.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this year, because of our work together, enacting NAFTA, keeping our military strong and prepared, supporting democracy abroad, we have reaffirmed America's leadership, America's engagement. And as a result, the American people are more secure than they were before. Uh-oh. I don't know about that, but
oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, seeing all these people from the 90s and then like the Obama era like talk in these flowy terms, which is that's all foundation speak. Like all that shit is such foundation speak, Like it was really crafted in
totally,
primarily in these big three. And
I mean, I think like another thing I notice about the 2025 or especially 2026 like national security thing from Trump is that like I think part of like again like the excitement around AI when they're like like all these journalists aren't going to have jobs anymore, like obviously they don't like journalists in many ways, but also like I think part of it is like these kind of like this type of like intellectual like knowledge worker, like someone like that who would like be kind of like creating these like policy ideas. They think that that's like no longer necessary and they can just like make up a policy based on like sort of a vague sense of strength, like just crush everybody and like make it sound like flowery. But what's crazy is that like all these institutions still are like very like deeply entrenched, like they still like exist and they still like are, and they will basically like they will rationalize this because like they ultimately have a commitment to like making sure that this like American empire lasts, even protecting that empire against its own like irresponsible leadership,
of course. They're the loyal opposition to like that attempt when you have crazies like Trump that maybe go a little too hard and maybe they're like that he can be the sin eater for that, of like maybe they low-key want him to, but that's not sustainable for like a long term. Like it's helpful then to have like the serious experts come in and go, whoa, okay, world, like I know that was a little crazy, but don't worry. The serious experts are in charge now, and America's back. We believe in values. And then I think as this book points out, like from the shift to the George W. Bush to Obama era, like I think one of those people, what was it, like the Princeton Project for American Security? I'm trying to think what the acronym
national
was.
Security or something. Yeah.
What was it down here? The one Anne Marie Slaughter was
just
deeply...
the Princeton Project on National Security.
Oh yeah, Princeton PPNS.
PPNS.
Yeah, but he makes the point. He makes the point that like they even acknowledged that, and because I think Bill Kristol was involved with this fucking project. So Robert Kagan,
like John Mearsheimer. There were like basically 400 people were involved.
Right.
Like so
right.
a huge
and I think it was launched at an event on Capitol Hill sponsored by the New America Foundation, presided over by Republican realist Senator Chuck Hagel and Democratic internationalist Senator Joe Biden. More on the New America Foundation later, because that's like an extremely well-funded think tank today that kind of embodies like the sort of the big three foundation, like Atlanticist, sort of like liberal imperialist core, I would say. Like I was just looking through who their biggest funders are, and it's like, I mean, it goes without saying, it's like Ford and Rockefeller are they're some of the biggest funders of it. But then you got like the Gates Foundation. Anyways, I want to circle back to that because that's an interesting, like if you look at who is affiliated with that today and what kind of stuff they're pushing, it can give us some clues as to like how these foundationoids are still, formulating imperial, like, a more palatable imperialism with the human face kind of vibe. But anyways, I forgot. I was gonna say that they basically admit that the Overton window after Bush shifted so far right that I think Bill Kristol said, like, there's no going back to, like, pre-Bush, like, pre-Iraq War. Like, that door has been kicked wide open, and so now we have to learn to just do it smarter, like, and modulate it. But there's no, like, we're not going to invade countries anymore, like, militarily intervene. Like, that has been established as a thing America can do now. So, like, even though you get that course correction and it feels good, like, it felt good to have, like, Biden come in 2021, but, like, you know, partially his imperialism, like, kind of, like, helped contribute to, like, Trump 2 coming back, right? They were pretty, like, frothy about, like, going all in on the Ukraine thing and backing Israel, like, during the whole Gaza genocide, and like, pretty but, you know, like, it kind of, you know, in a slightly, like, more embarrassed way than maybe Trump and his team are going about it, but they did it nonetheless. And yeah, so that's, like, a dangerous thing. Even after Trump and this band of psychos now kind of gets out, I feel like whatever foundation freaks, like, kind of come in there, they're gonna, like, retain the lessons of Venezuela and whatever this conflict is with Iran, even if this conflict ends up being a major fiasco for, like, the U.S. empire. Like, they're gonna course correct it, right? They're gonna kind of, like, okay, well, we made some mistakes, we have to learn from our mistakes. There's, like, a famous quote in here where, like, when empires begin to falter, they start to study themselves, right? Yeah. So they said that, like, in the 70s, that was, like, kind of an impulse in the foundations because America was taking a lot of L's in that decade. And so they have to examine, like, well, what are we doing wrong? Like, how do we maintain our hegemony, you know, over everybody? So they're very dynamic, like, these foundations. And, you know, like I said, like, that can often be mistaken. It's like this pro wrestling fucking dialectic that has been with us, I think, really, maybe even a little before World War II, but definitely throughout the Cold War, of, like, the right wingers who kind of have their own foundation thing going on and their own, like, their own soft power apparatus and, like, networks, right? I feel like I was thinking about it. I'm like, what's the kind of, like, quote unquote, like, cowboy equivalent to, like, you know, Council on Foreign Relations, Ford Foundation, all this kind of stuff. You do have, like, the I think it's the Council for National Policy, very shadowy, like, almost like a right-wing, like, alternative to the CFR that a lot, you know, like Mike Flynn and, like, a lot of I think Alex Jones is rumored to be kind of a member of it, but that's like a kind of shadowy think tank. But then I think, like, the kind of more, like, out
there's, like,
and out,
a ton of Heritage Foundation stuff, like, that's
right,
huge, you know,
right? Like, we're actually pretty familiar with the right wing foundation. The right wing foundations seem to be, they do have some think tanks that, like, definitely for a while. You know, I feel like in the 90s, 2000s, you would see a lot, like the Cato Institute, American Enterprise Institute. They were pushing, like, Chicago school economics and all this shit. But I think also the right wingers are, like, much more comfortable about, like, directly sponsoring things that, like, enter, like, the marketplace and then, like, subsidizing, like, in the media, you know, like Rush Limbaugh and, like, all of these, like, right-wing podcasters that exist today, even, like, the phenomenon of, like, the Tealverse, right? Like, they're kind of, like, more shameless about just, like, bankrolling, like, right-wing demagogues that relentlessly, like, you know, beat the same talking points and are, like, kind of obviously, like, very partisan and, like, have an agenda, but they're just, like, shameless about it.
I mean,
whereas,
I mean, I guess, like, the you can't really, like, like, there's not the same infrastructure for the far left in the U.S. because, like, there's still that kind of hard limit and that, like, memory of, like, you know, communism is, like, the no-go zone because that's, like, the enemy, and that's basically what all of this is supposed to be, like, counteracting is like the appeal of communism, right? Like, that's, you know,
that's what they both have in common, the right and the right and the so-called left or center left, you know, of these foundations, which is why, you know, despite them getting called out in, like, the HUAC hearings and having John Birchers call them fucking communist, or, you know, I think they used to say that about, like, the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions in Santa Barbara that was funded totally by the Ford Foundation, that they're down there cooking up, like, communist, whatever, fucking, and it's like, if you look at the historical record, like, no, they're fucking not. Like, they are actually the most effective anti-communists because they're sophisticated, right? Like they understand that you can't go to Europe and just like with a fucking cowboy hat on and just start ranting like Rush Limbaugh about like how free markets and Jesus and like whatever are like the greatest thing ever and shut the fuck up. You're like basically kind of doing what Trump, you could see it right now with like people would go along with like pretty much everything that Trump is doing, but he keeps like insulting them like to their face in public, you know, and like humiliating them, you know, by like, you know, he brings all these European leaders to the White House and then like talk shit about them, or, you know, he says that like the Keir Starmer's a loser, you know, like because he won't fully join the war in Iran when he's probably like he's a new labor sus lord. He's probably amenable to that, but you know they would much prefer the performance of we are consulting with our allies and we are forming a broad democratic alliance in the name of human rights to like blah, then everybody looks good and it's great, you know. So like they like that's the, I guess, the right-wing chud proverbially, who thinks that, you know, these are a secret communist plot somehow by like the globalists, and that like, you know, Rockefeller's a communist, the Ford Foundation are communists. Like not only does it just ignores the entire history of like why these foundations existed to begin with, and it just like they're a little too simplistic to realize that like, yeah, you have to like manipulate and lie and kind of like seduce like people that are amenable to more like left-wing things and like win them over in a subtle way. And you can't do that by just being like, you know, maxing out your anti-communism like 24/7 and stuff like that. Like, you know, and I think that's also tied to the socioeconomic background of the people that built that both funded the foundations and the people who staffed it, which like I'm really happy that this book like really focuses on up front. I think all the best books about the foundations like do this, of like, this is literally like WASP like central. Like this is like when we talk about WASP, I'm not, just to be clear, like I'm not, if you're like of Anglo-Saxon like ethnic background in America and you're not like, you don't come from like one of like 10 of the wealthiest like dynasties or whatever the fuck, like you're not really like a WASP the way that, you know, we mean, like we're talking about high WASP, like Ivy League boardings, a Hotchkiss school, you know, Groton, like Yale, Skull and Bones. You know, if you go down the list of these people that were staffing the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, and Carnegie, this was like a very discreet, kind of aristocratic, like like, you know,
in the early days, it was basically like very like, you know, homogeneously like, you know, high WASP kind of.
Right. And there's a severe overlap on top of that. Yeah, the fire WASP. I forgot that I coined that years ago. You know, the finance, insurance, real estate WASPs. Like the people that are just like come from like insurance money from like the 1700s. You know what I mean? Like, like just like the scary, like kind of invisible. Like you don't hear about them a lot, but like they're in all the clubs. Like they are, you know, their Rolodexes are thick with powerful people, and they you know, as Siskel said back in the 80s, like they run this fucking country, like they still run this country, not completely, but like,
and I also
when they were founded, they did.
Yeah, I mean, to go back like a little bit, like they, you know, like it's also like definitely not the case that like these, you know, because I think it kind of like could be like misleading to think like, oh, you know, like these are like liberal organizations, you know, like I guess like, you know, generally like they were on board with the program of like neoliberal globalization in some ways, but also like these same organizations like definitely like worked with and like promoted like some of like the leading neocons, like, you know, even Kissinger, like we were talking about like the Salzburg seminar, I think before, right, which was you know that Czech guy who fellow was talking about this, right?
These were the edge conferences of their day, you know?
Basically. And so I think like, you know, and you can totally like see this now, like in fact I was looking up like what the Council of Foreign Relations is up to, so I searched, you know, up their website, and like one of the first things was like kind of this interview with the current president, I guess, of the Council of Foreign Relations, and Eldridge Colby, the grandson of William Colby.
Eldridge is the president of CFR right now?
No. It was with the president.
Oh,
and
the president was
interview
interviewing
between-
Eldridge Colby.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
Right.
Eldridge Colby. Yeah, Eldridge Colby's pretty young.
He's
and
pretty
he
young and
currently
pretty
works
sus,
as
yeah.
well, he's like the undersecretary of war.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing. Like the whole, really in a way, that is kind of like symbolic of this whole thing we're describing. This sort of name change from defense to war, right?
Right,
Because, like,
right. Defense
part of
is
this whole
foundation
sort of-
coded, you know?
It is definitely, because part of this whole narrative is that America would only ever, would never be aggressive, right? They would only attack, they would only use violence defensively, right?
course.
Or do anything, everything they do is defensive, right? So
Right.
that shift kind of shows like a little bit of the transfer. But yeah, like they basically this guy like had Eldridge, and they had like a very civil conversation where Eldridge Colby basically was laying out like the whole rationale, and Eldridge Colby, like he is obviously a creature of like these like groups, and like these and the international relations sphere and like the culture of international relations academia and like area studies. I mean, I don't think it was in area studies, but that type of thing, like political science. Like we were talking in the last episode, I think came up like sort of incidentally, Kat Abu Ghazala, right? Or who's like this Democratic, I don't know what she's running for. She's running for Congress, I think.
She's running for Congress in the suburb, I think the North Shore suburbs of Chicago. Yeah.
And like it's in a way like she is like the ultimate like she's very much like the foundation leftist in a way, because like yes, she's pro-Palestine, and like these like groups fund like like social programs like in Palestine and things like that, right? We can talk about that maybe a little bit further, like what the object of that kind of thing is. But you you can be like part of this sort of these networks, right? Which is like really one of the big theses of this book, by Parmar's book, is that their main function is to create these intellectual networks.
Yeah.
And like she's very much part of and so it makes perfect sense that this is someone who like went to George Washington University, who studied like international.
Oh, she went to GWU.
Science. Yeah, and like with the objective to be like in I don't know, like the Foreign Service or something. I forget exactly what she said, but I read something about it a while ago. Yeah, I mean you can look it up and correct me if I'm
Don
wrong,
from Fourth Reich Archaeology said that stands for Georgetown Waitlist.
Funny.
Yeah. But like a big factory of center left figures that rise to prominence, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. But that's like, kind of a feeder kind of university to like get into this kind of like foreign NGO or government, like kind of similar to like American University and like Georgetown, like that's but I feel like GWU often has like really peppy.
Yeah, she
like,
studied international security and journalism, and she aimed to work in either journalism or the Foreign Service. And of course, she came to fame through Media Matters, right? Funded, of course, by the Open Society Foundation.
By James Alefantis' ex-boyfriend, David Brock, owner of Coleman Ping Pong Pizza.
Right, okay, yeah. But,
everyone always skips over that part. That's honestly the sussest thing about him, is that he was David Brock's boyfriend. David Brock is like a sick, like he's like just like a political operator sicko. Like he used to be a Republican attacking the Clintons, and then like they paid him more money and he like defected and is like, I'm a liberal now. Like he's like, a mercenary,
Yeah.
So anybody that worked for, everyone's like, no, she's been left wing, she worked for Media Matters, and it's like, okay, that's like the sussest like organization to work if you're like quote unquote a leftist. Like that's like a democratic hit job machine.
It's basically like working for MSNBC.
Yeah.
Like that's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
Is just like to own Glenn Beck, like, and catch him saying insane things, which
right.
I don't even know like what public service it's performing really. Like, you can just like turn on Fox News and hear something insane if you already think it's insane. But anyway, I digress. Like, so yeah, I mean, she's like one side of the equation, right? You can totally see the influence of like how basically she is very much like the product of like all the work these foundations did over the course of the 20th century. But on the other hand, you like have them promoting someone like Eldridge Colby. He's exactly the same, very similar, but he's like obviously
he's
like
serious.
Totally on board. Yeah, he's serious. He can speak the same language, right? And he can rationalize. So like these people at the top, that Trump has selected off of TV, and Trump himself, like they might be opposed to some of this, or they might be signaling against it. But like because it's so deeply entrenched, like the sort of foot soldiers, right, and even like the sort of heirs of these like long time like sort of foreign policy establishment figures like Bill Colby, right, will be on the front lines like laundering whatever they do, and trying to like spin it into gold, Rumpelstiltskin style, So it's like so basically like like they are still functioning, like they still are having the stabilizing effect. I mean, I was reading like this one article, as I was looking around the Council of Foreign Relations website, I came on this like one article. I think this is where I found it. Let me scroll down a little bit. I think it's at the bottom of the workflowy here. It's it actually like gives like thanks at the bottom of this article, like for it because it was funded by at the very, very bottom, even after the author's bio. The author is Suzanne Maloney, the Vice President and Director of Foreign Policy at the Brookings Institution,
Classic.
where her research focuses on Iran and Persian Gulf energy. Prior to being named Vice President and Director, she served as a Deputy Director of Foreign Policy for 5 years. She serves on the External Research Council for the National Intelligence Council and is a frequent commentator in national and international media. Maloney has advised both Democratic and Republican administrations on Iran policy, including as an external advisor to State Department officials during the Obama administration and as a member of Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice's policy planning staff.
Wow.
Early in her career, she served as a Middle East advisor for the ExxonMobil Corporation, where she was responsible for government relations related to all corporate activities in the region. She has authored or edited books, blah, 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 blah. PhD from the Fletcher School of Law, of course. She studied in Tehran as part of the first academic exchanges between the United States and Iran since the 1979 revolution. So this report was made, and at the very bottom of that it says, this report was made possible by the generous support of the Carnegie Corporation of New York.
Of course.
And basically, this report is like kind of like lightly critical of like the Trump administration and their hastiness in getting rid of Khamenei, right?
Oh, okay.
It's like a little bit like talking about how like all these different outcomes could happen, but it's kind of like almost this obviously already did happen, so now we have to talk about the coming transition and how it's going to be managed, right? So I guess the Carnegie Corporation was just like zap, like give this woman some money to write up an article about all the different routes this can take.
Exactly.
One of them, of course, is regime collapse, which seems to be almost the most plausible at this point, because it like seems like the rather than having like a successor, they're not going to tolerate one unless Trump gets to choose who it is, which I don't think Iran is going to go for. So it seems like they're just going to,
I doubt it.
Of all the options, it seems like they're just going to keep bombing Iran until the state collapses, but maybe they'll pull out and declare victory. I don't know.
Right. I'm not sure what the odds are, but like that seems like if you were gonna like achieve quote unquote victory, that's like kind of the only way that makes any sense at this point. And like balkanize, like breaking it up with like a governmental collapse and then breaking up into like ethnic factions, sponsoring the Kurds or something like that, and then like turning it into just like an anarcho-colonialist
basically
hellhole.
Syria, just making and then hoping that something emerges like eventually or whatever, so that seems to be the only real path to victory is doing that, just like mass death and destruction, which is like awful and evil, and just like but just like
completely wreck the country.
These people will launder it. I mean, this part like kind of stuck, out to me. Like, though no one in the United States will mourn the Islamic Republic's demise. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, but it's
what are we at 23% approval right now for this shit?
Classic like foundation speak too, because it's like manufacturing consensus where it's like everyone serious agrees that this regime must go.
A little bit of that Ivy League bullying of just like you do believe this, don't you?
Yeah.
What do you not believe? Then we should overthrow Rome. Like they're so fucking smug.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. But that's like basically like literally like a tool that they like refined and like deliberately deployed, like this sort of like sense of like shame or like unseriousness or like being that you're like outside the sphere of reasonable discourse if you don't agree with like the United States policy objectives, right? So, but she says the immediate effects of regime collapse could be profoundly problematic. In 1979, the nascent revolutionary state struggled to impose its authority amid the disintegration of the existing order, which precipitated a rising tide of internal violence, tribal revolts, uprising by ethnic minorities, localized competition for power among nascent paramilitary groups, and organized terrorist attacks that persisted for several years. And she says, today, regime collapse in Iran would likely end with a military takeover, but any interregnum could be disruptive and destabilizing well beyond Iran's borders. The Islamic Republic's implosion without a successor system in place could activate aspirations among some of the country's minority groups or their kindred communities across the border for greater autonomy. The prospect of revived activism among Iranian Kurdish or Baloch citizens could spark concerns among neighboring states about wider instability. Even for its secure and wealthy Gulf neighbors, the prospect of a sustained turmoil in Iran would evoke anxiety about another failing state along the periphery, jeopardizing their own security and economic plans. Depending on the sequence of events and the duration of any power vacuum, regime collapse would have wide-ranging implications for regional security and potentially the global economy. This scenario is the most challenging one for the United States and its regional partners to grapple with effectively, and it is likely the most complex to prevent or mitigate. Complex to prevent is an interesting phrase, but
complex. It's a complex one to prevent, and it's gonna be challenging. It's going to be challenging
to prevent. Yeah, but of course that's we would prefer to prevent it.
Right. She kind of doesn't address the question of like, how much would America like that to have? What goals would be achieved by destroying it? It's just kind of pointing out like, and you can kind of like read between the lines. I feel like a lot of these reports are like that, where they're not like endorsing like destroying it. They're just it's classic Foundation kind of thinking of, or the Foundation kind of mindset of like, I'm a serious expert that is apolitical and I'm just giving you like the facts and the analysis, and then you can kind of like do whatever you want with it, which is going to be like, oh good, like let's destroy them, like you can think like the freak planners of the war right now are kind of like, ooh, that sounds tempting. Just destroy them. Like, I mean, if
she
it's
gives
that
three
versus
options:
lose,
manage continuity, like, which is kind of like, like a nothing option. Like, I like how she uses the term apparatchik. She says that, they could elevate a clerical functionary who could preserve the regime's unique amalgamation of religious and Republican authority, except for Chief Justice Mohseni Agi. None of the likely contenders have had high-profile positions and do not appear to have public support or familiarity beyond the regime's inner circle, and none but Agi have exercised national security responsibilities. Selecting an apparatchik would require Khamenei's successor to make a monumental transition at a time of historic precarity for the regime. So,
classic like regime, the mullahs, the apparatchiks, like, it's fucking...
So, like, basically, she presents like two options that like totally would be like, if you're looking at this as like Trump or as Pete Hegseth, you're like, well, that's not a good option because that's like basically like, just losing the war. And then the other one she gets is hard right shift, which, is even worse than what they would want, right? Because it's even, ending up worse off than they were to begin with, from their point of view. So like obviously if you're choosing between these three options presented, the only one is going to be, collapse. Yeah.
What do they mean by
hard right shift? Is
what do
like
they mean by hard right though in the Iranian context?
They mean basically like, sort of like doubling down on like opposition to the U.S. and to Israel.
See, isn't that interesting? I think that's fucking manipulative as fuck. Like, think about that. Like, oh no, you're telling all these like elitist liberals that are like, in the CFR or whatever, in the Carnegie Corporation, like, it could be concerning, but Iran, they're going to have a troubling right-wing turn. And they're going to oppose Zionism and U.S. imperialism. Like, I don't know if the binary applies. Like, in that, I don't know if you call that like a right wing. Like, you could say a hardline shift or like a more militant shift, but to say that's right wing to like more fiercely oppose the U.S. and Israel. But these people think of themselves as good liberals, so like they don't want to, like, they're not going to face the fact or they're not going to admit that they are really on like pretty far right as far as like the global politics is concerned, right? Like they're almost, America has been fascist and imperialist qualities. This country kills a lot of people and does a lot of like very what you might and like it's opposition to communism, etc. But in their conception, they're the good like centrist liberals. And so like maybe I don't know, maybe because I think it's a way to make it sound, it's almost like a little word trick to get somebody who might be reading it to just program them that like overthrowing the Iranian government is left wing, is like liberal.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
And like it's right wing.
Well,
but
actually,
Trump is the one attacking
bipartisan.
them.
It's
right.
Like it's just the weather. Like,
yeah,
why not overthrow the Iranian government? That's not like
a troubling
issue.
right wing. What? Like, yeah. It's like I guess because it's religious or whatever. But it's like at the same time, look at their allies, like Cuba, like North Korea, like China, like I don't. But I think for them, like doing a heckin' authoritarianismo is like somehow spiritually right wing. Which you see in all kinds of State Department anarchists that talk shit like that all the time. Right. That like exercising any kind of like authority or like having laws or like defending yourself against like CIA and Mossad infiltration and sabotage is like heckin' right wing. It's like you're a right wing chud.
For like an Iran expert, it's odd that like she's talking about basically like another part of the hard right shift is like that the IRGC takes like further control, right? And like sort of the conventional sort of like cleric led model like sort of shifts more towards like a sort of military led one. And she says like the most relevant models are Egypt and Pakistan. It's funny, US allies, like highly repressive states with widening gulfs between regime insiders and large impoverished populations. It's so funny, like it's so bizarre, like sort of cognitive dissonance, because like she's saying like, oh yeah, Iran might have a hard right shift to become a highly repressive state with widening gulfs between the regime and its population. It's like, isn't that the whole thing that you're saying is like wrong with Iran to begin with? That like they are a highly repressive state, like but yeah, anyway, like so they're gonna turn into what according to you they already. But and she says Iranian military leaders could prove more pragmatic around some of the currently divisive cultural policies, e.g. the imposition of mandatory hijabs, but they are unlikely to embrace the West or implement any meaningful economic or democratic reforms. Basically the mandatory hijab thing has already been relaxed for like a really long time. Like it was like fairly relaxed to begin with, but it like certainly since like Women Like Freedom, like and Masa Amini, like it's really been like basically not enforced too much.
Right.
So,
from what I understand, they did engage in like
like
pragmatism.
Yeah.
Even though they killed a zillion Kurdish protesters or whatever. Like they backed off on that and we're like, okay, it's like, yeah, we can let that one go. Like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but like I know Saudi has made big gains in like letting women drive for the first time in the last like maybe 10 years, but like, they still have laws, right, associated with like hijab or niqab or whatever.
I don't think that they actually do.
Oh,
I think that basically like they really just did like a dramatic shift, and they, now you can. I think. I mean, maybe like there's still like kind of social pressure and like sort of the more rural areas, but I think like in a lot of places,
that is interesting. It's one of those things where like, relatively speaking, up until maybe like the mid 2010s. Iran like did have a more relaxed policy around that stuff than like all of like the US's like best allies in the Persian Gulf. But then like the minute that they like Mohammed bin Salman decides to like change that, like the foundation people are off to the races immediately, being like, no, like they're wearing hijabs, like we need to overthrow them, like oh my god, it's the worst thing ever. It's like, where were you for like 50 years like in like Saudi Arabia? If you really like cared that much, right?
Yeah, I mean, like
like
obviously, like, some of these people are critical of Saudi Arabia, but they're not going to be like, we need to topple this regime, even though, like, basically, like, they have kind of embraced, like really, they're the foundation's greatest dream in a way, because they have, like, become, like, making these sort of gestures towards, not really democratization, but, like, liberalization, right? These kind of superficial things, right? They kind of speak this language, and, like, they even sort of hold these sort of, like, artistic festivals, they invite these...
the comedians,
the comedians, or even sort of more, like, bougie type of events, like celebrations.
Film festivals.
That type of thing,
art fairs,
at the same time they're really quite in the model of kind of almost like Bush era neoconservatism, because they're also like still doing the exact same sort of extrajudicial imprisonment and like torture and like execution of like
Right.
anyone who's like a political Muslim, right? Which to them is like the Muslim Brotherhood, right? Which of course is like funnily enough like a threat to their autocracy, and their would be kind of they need to like repress the sort of democratic will of their people, right, and prevent these sort of groups from forming, right? So,
Right,
but
right.
Obviously, like there's no heat on them whatsoever, and they're like model partners.
Yeah. Just
and even,
a
like,
nice little
yeah.
selective condemnation of geopolitical foes.
That holds, and that's like another aspect of the sort of like when you read like these new strategy documents, they're always like like we need to stop like judging our allies for their traditions, like like their traditions of, right? It's like what, like their tradition of like being your torture partner, like their tradition of imprisoning people who you want them to imprison, like imprisoning like Shia clerics and for the crime of being Shia, or even
Right.
like a Sunni alim for like just like it's criticizing the government slightly.
Mhm.
But that's, I guess, fine because they don't wear hijabs, and Pitbull performs there. And
Of course,
they
yeah.
go
Bud
blah,
Light
blah,
sponsors
blah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
they're
it's great.
they're letting alcohol in.
Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to point out as like kind of an example, since you did bring up the Council on Foreign Relations, and I was curious who's like running it right now. And I think that interview is probably with, let's see, Michael Froman, who is
Yeah.
the president of it. I think he's a lawyer, but he was a White House fellow in the early 90s. That's always like an elite minting kind of thing to go through. Remember David Newman, the last president of Den, was a White House fellow in the 80s.
Right.
People who are White House fellows go places. But that he was actually involved in a lot of stuff like the American Bar Association's Central and East European Law Initiative Legal Assistance Program in Albania. He was also, I think he was doing research. He was Deputy Assistant Secretary for Eurasia in the Middle East, and his work was related to economic policy towards the former Soviet Union, Central and Eastern Europe, as well as economic components of the Dayton Accords in former Yugoslavia. And he was connected to the German Marshall Fund, etc. But I wanted to jump to the chairman of CFR because, like, I've heard this guy's name pop up before. I think he's a neocon big shot, but I want to display the sheer interlocks of this man, David Rubenstein, who is the chairman of the Carlyle Group now. He actually, before, he was a lawyer originally at I think the white shoe law firm of Paul Weiss, Rifkin, Wharton, and Garrison in New York City in the 70s. And then was a domestic policy advisor to Jimmy Carter, etc. But his first big thing was in 1987, he co-founded the Carlyle Group. Okay. So like the chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations is the like co-owner of the Carlyle Group. That's already,
Yeah.
that's something right there. But listen to these like interlocks of like, this is his affiliations and like the boards that he is on. Alfalfa Club president, Brookings Institution former co-chairman, chairman emeritus, the Carlyle Group co-founder and co-chairman, University of Chicago trustee, alumnus, China United States Exchange Foundation steering committee member, CFR chairman. Let's see it. This is funny. Dwight D. Opperman Foundation chairman, the Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg Woman of Leadership Award. Okay. The Economic Club of Washington, D.C. chairman, Harvard Corporation member, Harvard Global Advisory Council chairman, Harvard University. He was named a fellow of Harvard College in May 2016, and I guess still is. Institute for Advanced Study trustee, Johns Hopkins Medicine trustee, Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts chairman, appointed originally by George W. Bush, Library of Congress, Madison Council chairman, Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts director, former vice chairman, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, I believe in New York, trustee, Smithsonian Institution former chairman, and World Economic Forum Board of Trustees member. Like, okay, like that's this book goes very hard in the beginning of like the sheer interlocks of the people
Yeah.
that are at the that have always been at the top of these foundations serve on all of these other boards. I mean, they were pretty open. I think like the Ford Foundation was like that. He quoted one of the people talking about like, you know, you'll notice that like we're all, I think he even used the word interlock, like back in the 50s, like we're all extremely interlocked on the boards of like various corporations and NGOs and stuff like that. And so this guy's he's got like a high authoritative seat in like so many institutions. He also has donated $10 million to PBS to help fund Ken Burns documentaries.
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah, so like that's just like this is a fucking power player, you know, who's like and he's running the CFR, which like originally I think was primarily funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. In I forget, it was like 1915 or 1925. But was designed very much so. This is like the flagship Eastern establishment institution to sort of bring America, you know, to the world, like to expand American influence around the entire world, which was becoming like, this is a big thing in the very late Gilded Age, the early 20th century. And obviously like found its expression in like Woodrow Wilson's foreign policy, right? Like the Woodsonian idealists that kind of a weird, like a mutation of the like American Protestant work ethic, right? A little bit where like you could see the Ivy League institutions, which all started as like Protestant seminaries, you know, hundreds of years ago, gradually go from a place that trained reverends and preachers to the secular priests of the business world, you know, even by like the kind of mid 19th century. That's when you get things like these weird secret societies, like Skull and Bones, that were set up by the Russell family, that provide a kind of like a lifelong like mafia, you know, for business, right? Like I've heard rumors before that Skull and Bones people would get the equivalent, you get like a huge chunk of money like when you graduate from Yale, and then you're supposed to go out and like get into the markets or like start to, you know, they like seed you, you know, and then of course you open doors and stuff. So you get people that have gone to the same very elite boarding schools, maybe they grew up in the same places, and then go to these elite colleges. Some of them end up in like secret societies. Then they maybe go work for family businesses, or in any event, they're able to jump into like start their own business and like dominate the market because they have all these connections, and they maintain lifelong friendships, and like they genuinely, as this book kind of describes, like they generally see the world in the same way without having to like say it. Like they just do see the world, and they see themselves as the kind of natural and correct like ruling elite that needs to guide the common folk,
right? Yeah,
and manage this American society and American progress.
Yeah, there's a good part where he like kind of describes like the worldview. The masses do not make a positive appearance in any of the concepts, talking about these sort of you know, basic ideas of like frameworks for talking about these things. You know, there's an underlying assumption of the superiority of expertise, certified knowledge, status, position, social origins, and intellect. The progressives, the establishment, etc., shared the view that the masses were poor judges of public issues. Indeed, they sink to the level of primitives when examining matters of politics, according to Schumpeter, an elite Democrat, and were too emotional, unstable, and too easily swayed by rabble-rousers and demagogues. In each of the concepts, except for the corporatist, the people are the objects of surveillance, elite guidance, and mobilization. Yeah, and this is actually what Schumpeter's quote was, Joseph Schumpeter. The typical citizen drops down to a lower level of mental performance as soon as he enters the political field. He argues and analyzes in a way which he would readily recognize as infantile within the sphere of his real interests. He becomes a primitive again.
Yeah. He brings in
like you need the experts, you know, like these. The average person can't actually, you know, make decisions in like the political domain because he doesn't have the resources intellectually, you know.
Yeah, they don't have the good socialization, the good breeding to be able to deal with these complex matters, you know. Yeah,
exactly.
He rolls out a couple different like theorists to help kind of like construct a framework for understanding the foundations
These are like
about,
they're kind of like what he like thinks are like they're all kind of inadequate. He like kind of
right,
favors
right.
like a neo-Gramscian
right.
take.
Yeah, I think he thinks Gramsci, like a neo-Gramscian perspective is kind of the best. He says here, this is kind of interesting. Again, about kind of elite reproduction. He says Pierre Bourdieu's notions of fields or networks or social arenas within which struggles occur for scarce resources and symbolic capital deepen our understanding of the network not only as a system of knowledge flows, an instrument or means, but also as an important phenomenon in its own right. Foundation networks may therefore be seen as fields, as specific social spaces constructed by foundation elites that reproduce themselves, those spaces, to socialize the current generation and to pass on a set of ideas, practices, orientations, habits of interaction with those who are like-minded, and habits of intellectual political combat with others, to strengthen self-awareness and develop common cultural codes. The prestige associated with those social spaces or networks of scholars, policymakers, corporate lawyers transforms those ideas, practices, and habits into symbolic capital that is seen as legitimate in the wider global social system, thereby reinforcing power relations and elite cohesiveness. Yeah, so it's a way for the elite class to kind of groom itself for another generation and like literally like reproduce itself by kind of creating the system that like generates symbolic capital. That's why there is this aura around all these foundation people as being like, oh my God, not only are they serious, but they're saving the world. Oh my God! Like it's so amazing.
This part, like that early in the earlier parts of the introduction, I think, are like is pretty cute. He talks about foundations and networks. This is like kind of core to like his conception of them. Yeah. He says domestically, the big foundations sponsored a vast range of programs that, inter alia, transformed the American Academy, sustained an array of globalist foreign policy think tanks, and vigorous foreign affairs media coverage. Foundation sponsorship helped the State Department to improve the training of its foreign service officers, as well as funding academics to boost the department's research capacities. In the universities, the foundations pioneered area studies and IOR programs in elite academies such as Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. Additionally, and perhaps more profoundly, such new disciplines were armed with positivistic social scientific methods that, despite their scientific claims, were particularly effective in generating results of policy-related use. Foundation leaders, in effect, helped to create and perpetuate elite networks of academics, think tanks, publicity organizations, emerging mass media, and public officials. These networks proved powerful in constructing and mobilizing a globalist elite and broader support in the United States, a nation renowned for its strongly, quote-unquote, isolationist tendencies on the political left and right. Overseas, the foundations were active in network building and perhaps even more influential, especially in the areas of political and economic development, in promoting capitalist quote-unquote modernization. Through the mobilization of academics in area studies, political science, economics, and sociology, the big foundations built elite academic institutions overseas, networks of scholars focused around centers of excellence, quote-unquote, academic hubs radiating intellectual influence well beyond the levels of financial investment by the foundations. Such networks were established in strategically important countries and regions, such as Indonesia, Chile, and Nigeria, specifically to ensure a regional and continental multiplier effect. Cadres of academics imbued with knowledge and training aimed at orienting them toward a pro-American/Western approach to quote-unquote modernization and quote-unquote development, as opposed to nationalist or pro-communist strategies. In addition, and relatedly, some regions/countries were targeted by foundations as strategically important, but especially prone to anti-Americanism, or superpower quote-unquote neutralism, and therefore appropriate recipients of funding for American studies programs. Of course, foundations' investments did not always achieve their goals or sometimes even generated unintended opposition to American influence. This, however, had relatively little effect in the long run, and was often viewed as a quote-unquote bearable cost of American power. Yeah, this is like kind of it. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Well, he makes the point. I don't know if you're about to read it, but like he repeats the point multiple times. What I think is really key, that the building of these networks was both a means to an end, but also an end unto itself. Because sometimes the specific project they were working on didn't quite pan out as intended or something like that. But even if it kind of like petered out or collapsed or whatever, you still had this network of people in various countries that were kind of socialized and like groomed and funded and shaped into like a strong network that had a very like pro-American, perspective and had like often like personal bonds with one another. So like building those networks themselves was like he argues is just as important as like, you know, putting together people so that you can like do something, or, you know, in another country, right?
He kind of talks about, like, he cites Castell's The Informational City, and he talks about like like we talked about this on the show a little bit before, like the denationalizing impact of metropolitan core-based foundation sponsorship and network building on third world scholars. He argues that as global networks strengthen, local actors' logic becomes increasingly divorced from their local culture and preoccupations, and more locked into relative quote-unquote placelessness, with the latter incorporated into the quote hierarchical logic of the organization. In our case, the logic of the global knowledge network that's sort of instantiated by the foundations. So I put this article in the workflow. I don't know if we'll have like a chance to talk about it in depth, but I think it's like a great example of this, which is about like actually, people might have heard about it because it was like in the recent, Israeli attack on Gaza. It was like its offices were like destroyed. But the Freedom Theater in Palestine, the theater company that existed in Palestine, and like for Palestinian artists, like in sort of a post-Oslo environment, there was a sort of imperative, right? And this was true across the Arab world, in Lebanon, like, in Algeria, everywhere. There's an imperative to kind of like court money from sort of court international foundations, U.S. based, but like internationally operating foundations, for money, right? And the Freedom Theater was one example of this. And it talks about how, like, they still had kind of this, theme of resistance, right, which is important in kind of the Palestinian national consciousness, right? Like, but it through like the influence of these foundations and through like kind of almost tailoring their sort of the art that they were making to not to like sort of a local audience, but more and more to the international audience. What they were resisting kind of stopped being Israel and started to be like traditions, and started to be like, like things like the hijab, or like, the inequality of the sexes and things like that,
of course. This looks very familiar. Right. That's very interesting. It's like a great example of like just nudging people over time to start like focusing on like your own culture's shortcomings. Wow, like This is,
I'll read a little bit from this. It's by Rashna Darius Nicholson, who's a pretty good scholar of this type of stuff. He mostly writes about South Asia, I think. But let me see if I can get to the part I was thinking of. She talks about this like production they did about like Alice in Wonderland. I'll start up here. So although the Freedom Theater has been branded through militant terms such as cultural intifada and cultural resistance, and although the theater often emphasizes that its founders did, quote, not attempt to replace other forms of resistance in the struggle for liberation, rather to join them, the messages that it conveyed to donors, volunteers, international visitors, and spectators through its interviews, publications, and programs are mixed. When the American philanthropist Charles Anberg visited the theater before granting one of its first substantial donations of $200,000, Giuliano, that is the artistic director, argued, I don't think the gun can free Palestine, but I believe that culture, poems, songs, books can free Palestine, and it already free a lot of people. Similarly, in a BBC interview, he averred, we are fighting a lot of fundamentalists that see what we are doing as a disgrace. We are fighting a lot of enemies before we get to the Israeli soldiers. More significantly, at the Kunst Culture Conflict Conference, Krista Miendersma, director of the Prince Claus Fund, quoted a student from the Freedom Theater. The theater has given me the chance to become an actor instead of a martyr. The influence and the success of art in a crisis can hardly be expressed more clearly, the report of the conference concluded. Perhaps Giuliano and his teachers and students merely mouthed the words of development experts and government heads such as Miendersma wish to hear, conscious self-ventriloquism. Perhaps above all else, they desired a world-class professional theater in the camp and used all means to realize that challenging goal. Perhaps they truly believed that they needed to, quote, liberate the minds first and then liberate the land. However, the idea of cultural resistance subsuming violent conflict by means of a quote-unquote universal freedom that would quote-unquote achieve liberation from all the elements of the occupation, including the internal social oppression, was a precarious one in a place that was proud of its militant past. Although the theater was vociferous in its critique of the PA and the Israeli occupation, its primary focus on the individual and local, the occupation from within as the site of cultural resistance, echoed the discursive and performance elements of Fayyadism that highlight the role of the individual in ensuring the smooth development of a liberal market and flourishing consumer economy. The seemingly activist orientation of creating change agents, civic imagination, and leadership, affecting empowerment and decolonizing the mind to build credible partners for peace, typifies the human development model where the externalities of the conflict are cyclically addressed. The language of the human rights industry and its attendant moral economy thus reconfigures the language of resistance, such as the redressal of underdevelopment is aimed at one's own quote-unquote oppressive culture rather than at a systemic imbalance of power. Depoliticized phantom state building in line with the neoliberal aims and ambitions of the World Bank thus augurs a soft phantom resistance whose energy is directed at proving the modernity, that is, the humanity of Palestinians and their capacity to sustain the Oslo peace process before the international community. When directed inward, weaponized terms such as internal occupation and internal siege become flaccid, emptying the theater of emancipatory potential and undermining quote-unquote cultural resistance, such that its purchase on the external Israeli occupation is mitigated. Foreign aid places the predominant emphasis on resistance against and liberation from an intolerant backward society, generating a spectral cultural resistance for the audience of the international community, a caricature of protest against the Israeli occupation on stage. By citing the global language of human rights, national non-recognition becomes embedded in its apparent converse, the performance of emancipation, and a bad faith society of to-be-reformed peoples disbelieving in the theater's progressive mission is further entrenched. Nowhere is this clearer than the gender focus of the Freedom Theater. Nearly all donor bodies following the development agenda of the post-Washington Consensus emphasize the promotion of gender-aware dialogue, a policy that had a significant impact on Palestinian theater that increasingly developed programs to promote social change with regard to gender-related stereotypes and prejudices. According to Hala al-Yamani and Abdel Fattah Abu Sarur, Giuliano believed that the struggle against the occupier must be accompanied with our struggle for liberating women. In Giuliano's own words, how can I be liberated of Israeli occupation when I oppress my sister or my wife? In written and video interviews in English, female students of the theater's acting school often note how resistance for them entails fighting against societal norms and traditions. Similarly, the website of the MDG Fund, under the poignant heading Palestine Identity Unfolds on Two Stages, describes the theater's Waiting for Godot thus. As the West Bank Palestinian leadership was preparing for its September statehood bid at the United Nations General Assembly, 20-year-old Miriam Abu Khalid was getting ready for a different drama. On stage, I can do whatever I want, says Miriam, who came of age in the decade following the Second Palestinian Intifada against Israeli occupation. Not only was the fabric of Palestinian cultural life shattered, but Palestinian society, always skeptical about girls' involvement in theater, had become increasingly conservative. Art has the power to make girls feel better inside, says Miriam. She says it encourages her to take risks and challenge a status quo that perpetuates Palestinians' political stalemate and that limits women's rights and equality. Her friend Batul agrees. Today I have two struggles, to free myself as a Palestinian from Israeli occupation and to free myself as a woman in my society. The juxtaposition of the Palestinian bid for statehood with the ostensible achievement of the Normative Millennium Development Goals, MDG, through theater implies that the figure of the Palestinian woman was, first and foremost, a locus for demonstrating the capacity of Palestinians to reform their despotic culture and subsequently administer their own state. It is the modernization of women through the theater that will, quote, challenge the status quo that perpetuates Palestinians' political stalemate, bringing to fruition the project of peace building and state building. As in the 19th century colonial women's question, the indigenous woman here becomes the sign of an inherently oppressive tradition and the site for its reconfiguration. Suzanne Bergeron notes, in the context of the World Bank's appropriation of feminist discourse, that the developmental target category of quote-unquote women is founded on a colonial effect, a formulaic account of third world women as helpless, marginal, and deprived, and consequently requiring expert humanitarian assistance. Yeah. By taking the free-thinking, progressive Western woman as the norm against which the Palestinian woman is evaluated, development discourse abjures a comprehensive understanding of empowerment and liberation which comprises a dialogue in the circumstances in which Palestinians can assume operative political power to effect policy change. Modernization theory is repetitively enacted. Human rights are considered modern and non-Western cultures, are hastily equated with inequality, patriarchy, and religious fundamentalism, even as local publics retreat further into alternative forms of social cohesion. Giuliano was not aware of the risks of the project of emancipating Palestinian women through theater. His chastising of female international volunteers who sunbathed in the theater's roof in full view of the adjacent mosques, his rule prohibiting female staff members to socialize in public after sunset, in the aftermath of the contentious Animal Farm and the videotaped premonitions of his
Animal Farm?
No one does anything that's like not, a Western play. And the videotaped premonitions of his death indicate that he recognized the danger, if not the intractable contradictions in using development and peace-building aid to set up a professional world-class acting school in the conservative Jenin refugee camp. Shortly before his next production in an adaptation of Alice in Wonderland, he confided, "Now we are going to do our next scandal, which is Alice in Wonderland. But our Alice is not a stupid girl who finds out there is a caterpillar. Our Alice is going to rebel. Tradition, religion, schools, Papa and Mama. She is going to say, 'Give me a break, guys. I have my own way.' That's dangerous." Thus, Alice, the only woman not wearing a hijab, escapes her engagement party and arranged marriage, symbols of the tyrannical tradition that oppresses women. On reaching Wonderland, she is declared leader of a subjugated people, yet she must persuade these people that she is not their true leader. Eventually, the White Queen, the true Messiah, emerges, and Alice returns to her real life and tells her betrothed that she refuses to marry him. Her engagement ring freed Wonderland, and Wonderland freed her from the ring. Are the oppressors, Samar al-Sabr asks, the Israeli occupiers, the camp's traditionalists, or both? Shortly before the play's first performance on 23rd January 2011, the student Mariam Abu Khalid, dressed as the Red Queen, advertised the production by shouting through a megaphone from the roof of Giuliano's car. She was told by onlookers not to show her face in the area again. A few weeks later, the now familiar refrain of the suspicious theater, whose only goal is to spread corruption in Western culture, was echoed in pamphlets drafted by militant groups. A week after the last performance, Giuliano was no more.
Was he assassinated?
He was killed. That's one the article kind of implies that it was Islamists, which was speculated, and it may have been, but it's also not known who killed him.
Wow.
It also could have been the IDF. It could have been
make a martyr out of make a liberal martyr out of him.
Could have been anybody.
Yeah, it's just that's so, my God. It reminds me a lot of the Soros Center for Contemporary Art in Eastern Europe, in the 90s, of going in and kind of you need to change some things about your culture, putting it all on the target countries, that's why they have problems. That's why you need to reform yourselves to be fit to be accepted in the new democratic family of nations, and model the right behavior, and also there's kind of that State Department anarchist vibe of we need to confront all authoritarianism simultaneously, not the military occupation first that is oppressing us and stealing all our land, but if we can't completely overturn all of the norms of society first, then revolting against the Israelis is totally worthless and doesn't count, and it's bullshit,
I think they see. I mean, this came up in the toward a world of liberty under law too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Building a world of liberty or whatever. But they they talked about how the last thing that we want to do when they're talking about the Middle East, they're the last thing that we want to do is make this into a religious war,
Mm-hmm.
That's what they want, so they gave the example of not calling this group the Mehdi army, right, because that implies that they have this messianic quality, right, so they should be called something different. And you can kind of actually see that strategy used by Obama famously with ISIS, right? He called them ISIL, right? He refused to call them the Islamic State, right, because that would legitimize them. I mean, that's an extreme example, but basically they really underscore that the last thing that we want is for people to think that this is America. And George Bush held to the party line on this too. You do kind of see a little bit of breakage from it now, right? Where we have these American soldiers being told this is a crusade or religious sort of apocalyptic war. But even Bush publicly, he said
Islam's a religion of peace.
Yeah, exactly.
He was thinking about his best friend Bandar.
Exactly. He was making and he made clear repeatedly that we our Muslim friends we're basically you're either with us or with the terrorists, right? But this isn't about Islam, we're after the terrorists they're just gangsters, right? They're just criminals. They're not, these Islamic warriors who are defending Islam, or they don't have any legitimate grievances. They're attacking us unfairly, and we're the good guys here, etc. Right? But so sliding into that framing is very dangerous. But I think the connection here is that they obviously then, that kind of reveals that they view Islam as like an obstacle to everything they're trying to achieve, right? So like, they think that is like what makes people intractable, right? And like if you can get rid of that like connection, right? You can either make it irrelevant, right? That's the easiest thing to do, is to make it irrelevant and to like reframe this conflict as being about something different, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to unite like 2 billion Muslims against the United States, right?
You want to make it about something like like woman life freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
Got a better ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, yeah, and you can make it about a kind of a narrower kind of issue, a wedge thing, and yeah. But that's
Yeah, and like, well, I mean, you can like, if you, I think that the idea is like these traditions, like these, like these commitment to your culture, and like you're, if you're not part of our international knowledge network, then that's like something wrong, like that's like what's holding things up, and like if we can all just be part of the concert of democracy together, then like this is better, and like anything that kind of
I think
gives you any kind of allegiance to anything other than like this beautiful concert of democracy,
global neoliberal
like
capitalism. Yeah.
Right.
I think in the sort of white paper, the Forging a World of Liberty Under Law, I think like the post-Bush one, don't they kind of say about people around the world that I just forgot what I was going to say, but that the reason that people don't, this is what like the report says, the reason people around the world don't like us is because they haven't like been given the proper amount of information.
Right. Yeah, they're
like there's a
misunderstood.
lack of knowledge. If we educate them, they're going to naturally not hate us because we're good guys. And we mean well for the entire world. And that also implied in that is that if they know about us and continue not to want to like accept American whatever, then they're evil. Something's wrong with them, right? Because like we're good guys. Like what's wrong with you? Like there must be something wrong with you actually. But like it gives it's kind of like this coercive friendliness of like, we just want to educate you, like come on, just let us educate you about how great we are. And then there's like this implicit thing of like, okay, well what if I'm not convinced? Then that's when like harder measures have to come out, or the villainization kind of has to start, that like if they they know about us but they don't like us, they must be evil. But it is like cloaked in a lot of like humanitarian kind of positive, non-coercive language, just their friendliness, but yeah.
Right. They only like are just spreading knowledge for its own sake, and yeah.
Right. The idea. It's funny that I forget what it's called in the book, but it kind of like a third, a third structure or something like that. But it makes me think of John Brockman, how he'd always talk about the third culture, of the Edge Foundation. It's all about third culture, which I forget what the other two cultures were that were not the fucking Edge Foundation. But it's this idea that, you have like business, you have like the private business world, and then you have like government. And then you have just like floating off to the side is the foundations, just disinterested in like lowly worldly affairs, but wanting to make the world a better place. Like their only mandate is just, and they don't like intersect with either business, which funds them, or government, which like they have a revolving door relationship with. Like all the trustees and people that run these foundations go in and out of government. Yeah. So like this book argues that it's all like deeply integrated. Like the foundations have always been a soft power apparatus that is inextricably linked with business and government, and has the same goals as business and government. Like in the case of the Cold War, like destroying communism and like promoting. I think he even makes the argument that even saying it was like all about communism, like there's an even kind of broader. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great part.
Dynamic of like just like pro-American or like not pro-American.
I really like this part. Like he talks about the real Cold War.
Which has been going on longer than 1917.
Yeah, he says he cites William Appleman Williams. The United States has been fighting Cold Wars mainly on an anti-American rhetorical basis against all sorts of enemies, from left and right, from nationalist to communist to conservative. The Cold War did not begin in 1917, or end, for that matter, in 1989 or 1991. It must be understood as, quote, an ongoing confrontation between modern Western capitalism and its domestic and international critics.
Mm-hmm.
The reason, according to Williams, that observers have mistaken America's confrontations with the Soviet Union and Communist China for the real Cold War is that they were the first large nations to be successfully organized by the critics of capitalism.
Yeah.
The United States has defined all opponents of its expansionism as anti or un-American. Right, so...
I like that framing. I mean, because it does sort of include, like the conflict with Iran right now. They're not a Marxist country, and some people are kind of, well, they're a theocracy, they're no different than America.
It's amazing. I mean,
blah,
that's
blah, blah.
like one of the main ways that, like, in reading this book, like, I feel it's like very much like relevant to what's happening now, because like I've seen like the sort of hand wringing. I mean, not to say that like the people who like oppose this war like are like effectual enough to do. I mean, we saw like how the War Powers Resolution was like struck down in Congress. Like, you know, obviously people aren't like pouring into the streets, but like, you know, I mean, I think under other circumstances maybe they would be. Like, it's amazing how like paralyzed people are like about this because of like all that stuff about how like, oh, it's an evil regime. I mean, you probably saw like the Jon Stewart thing, right?
Oh,
you know?
yeah, but joking
just
about it,
absolutely disgusting. Well, it was also like a very like post 9/11 like Ahmed the Dead Terrorist type of joke, where he said like, oh, you know, those virgins are going to be really disappointed. It's like, no, like 72 virgins thing. No one actually believes in that. It's like.
Right, that's a meme.
Like, it's like an Islamophobic meme.
Oh, I saw
looking at the 72 virgins.
I saw Clooney speculating that because he reacts after he says that joke, he goes like, "Oh, what? I can't make fun of the dead like murderous dictator" to the crowd.
Yeah,
but like it sounds like the crowd laughs at his things. Like, he thinks like, you know, they might have laid an extra laugh track over that to cover the negative response that joke got, you know, because it seemed like by his response that the crowd was like, ooh, like not into it, you know, like he showed his ass with that one. But even that kind of sophisticated, like, I'm an edgy center left critic of like the status quo, but then he just slips in this like weird, like, you know, just like stupid, honestly, like, you know, neocon, Trumpian, whatever, like racist, you know, a caricature, you know, jab at the murderous dictator. And, you know, I think as we discussed last time, a big contributor to that was... Yeah,
and don't forget what Jon Stewart's, like, first thing he did was, like, after he left The Daily Show, like, to be, like, sort of try to pivot into being, like, a serious, like, filmmaker, was make that movie Rosewater about, like, a brave Iranian artist who was, like, tortured for, you know... being a spy.
I do remember that. Yeah, thank you, John. We needed that.
Presumably
movie.
He wasn't a spy. Presumably, you know, it was wrong. You know, that he was locked up, but whatever. You know,
not say, that might be a true story, but also I question his enthusiasm to make it.
Too. Yeah,
I question his enthusiasm that this needs to be the first movie I make is this. You know, and so he's trying to slide through. I mean, I think one of the reasons why he thought he could get away with that joke is because of one of the beneficiaries of the Ford Foundation, the one we've discussed many times before, Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman, right? You know, not the only people to do this, but they are, you know, the Pacifica Network, which is, you know, runs Pacifica Radio, KPFA, WBAI, KPFK, etc., and Democracy Now! Is been funded by the Ford Foundation since like the early 1950s, and I think they also get some money maybe from one of the Carnegie foundations as well, and probably other ones at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if they have Open Society, Soros money, and tech money, but like I would hold them up if you're wondering like what's a good example of foundation left, like foundation leftism. Just turn on good old Democracy Now! Now, you might not catch every day when they're covering something, they say some weird, like, imperialist bullshit, which is kind of by design, right? Because, like, they need to build credibility with their left-leaning audience, right? But you saw last month, they kind of went off to the races when there was unrest in Iran and brought on, you know, some person that claimed that, like, that was repeating the bullshit number about, like, you know, Iran killed like 40,000 protesters or whatever. Yeah. And like everyone's just like chomping at the bit to rise up for like woman life freedom right now. And it's so, and, you know, Amy Goodman just, oh, wow, this is so tragic. You know, and she doesn't say Trump should probably go bomb them. Nonetheless, like then when the Trump attack happens, you see an awful lot of leftists who I'm sure have seen this similar message from a variety of sources. 30,000 dead, 40,000 dead. Oh my! I've seen listen to Iranians. So like they're on Twitter and posting little TikToks like saying
like,
that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like anyone who opposes it is like being throttled, obviously.
Yeah.
And like people who like are in favor of it are being like heavily boosted. Like there's a huge like and like botted likes and all these things. Like it's ridiculous.
Right.
Like I mean it's like obvious. Like there's no way that like it's so disproportionate between like, you know, the like just like a random like Iranian woman twerking about like Tehran being bombed. And like, you know, versus on social media, it's absurd, you know.
Right,
but,
right.
Yeah.
A lot of those OnlyFans girls might honestly just be like Israelis, like Trey. I saw somebody repost something like a story from years ago about like Unit 8200 is like, you know. I mean, I know there are monarchists that
like,
would do that.
Yeah,
they're like bougie monarchists.
There's also like, you know, there are Iranian Jews, you know, they might not be like
most of Beverly Hills, I think, is primarily
not necessarily
Iranian Jews.
like one or the other necessarily.
Right.
Not that they're like Israelis or they're trained
they
in
could
the
be
PSYOP
both.
unit, but like they might be Jewish, you know, you never know.
Yeah, you're
but,
right. That is true. That's actually more likely than them being trained by Unit 8200 to like speak Persian fluently.
Well,
like if they just are Persian Jews.
People probably who were trained to speak, you know, they might have been doing, you know, other things for that. It's probably the main point of it was not to make TikToks. Like,
well, I think the headline I saw said that it was for like information warfare, to be like, as an Iranian, like in Persian, you know, like in Farsi, they'd be like, as an Iranian, like I'm just, you know, I can't wait for the Shah to come back. Like, but I mean, there are people that also like, and a lot of foundation funding over the years has gone to people like that. I'm sure the hair lady has probably been generously supported by various foundations for her brave stands against Iran. But you can see in even that kind of like, oh no, like they killed 500 bajillion protesters, and just not being critical and letting that hang in the air, like it kind of tempered, I think, I think it played some role in kind of a lot of like people not kind of you know, revolting against like the start of this conflict, like right when it happened, where I think maybe now that a few days have gone in and it seems a little bit like chaotic, and I don't know, that more people, and you know, Democrats are gonna see, the New America Foundation types are gonna make hay out of this to like, you know, enhance their own political position. And maybe try to ride it, you know, back in the midterms this year in 2028, right? Like they're protesting loudly about, you know, either that they weren't asked, you know, Congress wasn't asked, or that this is just, they haven't planned. This is a dumb war, classic Obama, right? But you could see like there's still the specter of like, yeah, but they just killed 40,000 people. So like you got to say like Zoran did, you know, they're an oppressive regime. Like that's how you get like Zoran and AOC. They might have done it anyways, but like that's how you get them more. They feel like they have to say, well, you know, they just killed a jillion people, and like they're murderous, evil, whatever. And I'm glad that Khamenei's dead, and like, but you know, so they've already shifted the Overton window by just this like, you know, and there was like civil unrest and there were provocateurs, and there were like a significant number of people killed, but also on both sides, like a lot of like security officials and like police officers were like killed. Yeah. Which I guess if you're a State Department anarchist, that's sick. So like, you know, like I'm a tanky for thinking that's sus. Like, but you know, like it wasn't what was being just like broadcast through, or you know, Dropsite I think had a guy on who was like saying the similar thing, which is funded by Open Society and the Sun Xiang ambiguous like billionaire dynasty, you know, and so these things like even if they're subtle, they can make a difference, and like they can nudge the discourse and just make people feel like, oh yeah, like I can't. I mean, certainly...
it's like worth like, it's bizarre like no one like looked into like where that like number even came from and just started repeating it, like because I don't know, it was in Time magazine. Like it's hard, like, you know, like I kind of like looked at, like I think like the Guardian article was one of the earliest ones, and it almost seems like they arrived at it like from, first of all, like from people who were like outside Iran, like just like kind of decided upon that, and like another one was like, okay, like we feel like it's probably like the reported death toll, which like still, you know, killing 3,000 protesters is bad, but like what you said also is important context. Like if, for instance, if you had like a protest in like the US where cops were being shot and killed, like there would be blood in the streets. Like, I don't think anyone doubts at this point, right? Like, I don't know if it would be like 3,000 killed, like, but say if like in New York City or something, you had like an armed insurrection, like where like the NYPD was being killed, like there would be, or in Minnesota, like just trying to think of like a comparison with Tehran, like a city of, but like even like all across the country, allegedly, right, or 4,000 locations or something is what people were saying. It's kind of like, well, this is like, so obviously yes, like to kill. But we don't know like which of these protesters were armed. We don't know like who. There probably were foreign agitators present.
I think almost positively there had to. There were. Because people came out with guns, and then once you're in a huge crowd, you start shooting at armed cops with guns. The cops start shooting back. Then people get killed. But then that part never even gets discussed. So you get this impression of just like. An evil RGC commander being like, kill them, and then never like, well, they're going like, no, women like freedom, and like it's
certainly
it's like a stupid movie.
Probably like a number of people who were unarmed died, and like that's obviously bad. But like to take like happen. A number of 3,000, and like it may exceed that. Like obviously Iran's a big country, right? But to say that, it's probably 10 times higher than that, like based on like my instincts or like what I've been hearing. And then like to report that as if it's a real number, that's a lot. That's like kind of like like atrocity propaganda. Like there's no comparison with like that's in it like a crazy high number of people to be.
It doesn't even seem logistically possible, even if they were as evil as they say.
Literally like a Nazi death squad. Like that's the basically in the Holocaust. Like that's the only thing that would be comparable to a number that high. And so it's a serious accusation, and you can't just throw that around without any kind of verification whatsoever, or any kind of like external observer or anything. Like Harana, like the sort of Iran, like which opposes the Islamic Republic and like probably has participated in a lot of a lot of sort of international conferences and stuff. They're supported by some of these foundations. They were like, it might be 6,000, right? And we're investigating other deaths. Like 6,000, like again, obviously still bad. Like if unarmed people are killed, like in a crackdown, right? With all the caveats that we mentioned, but at the same time, like that's not obviously it's nowhere near like 30,000, and it like is totally different from
of
like
the situation. Is different.
So.
Yeah,
but people did like kind of internalize that and repeat it constantly, and like now we have to like it's really very much like an incubator baby situation where there's no verification of it, and I can only imagine that like we will not like receive any. I mean, there's no way at this point like no one's going into Iran to do an investigation, right? So it'll always be this thing where it's like, oh, we couldn't check. So like we don't know, and so we're just gonna assume that it was like this unprecedented like slaughter,
world historical in its speed. Somehow. But it's fucked up. Like the games they're able to play nowadays, just to like sow doubt and the trip up. Like there isn't much of an anti-war movement left, right? In compared to like the Iraq War in 2003, like there were at least people. Democrats didn't really show up, but there were a lot of people marching to like not do this. I mean, maybe it's the suddenness of this, like in the fact that they didn't even go through the play acting of asking for consent.
It's the dead of winter. People are fatigued like by protesting, right? Like people have been protesting a lot of various things in the United States, and also like there is like a like the diaspora counter protesters, right? But like so like people don't like that. They feel like confused by that. It's like stressful to them. So I think that's like part of the situation. Like no one wants to be like shouted down by like some angry like apologist over you don't know my lived experience. Like
they're all out in full force right now. You can't say shit about. You can't have an opinion about your country arming all these different groups and trying to destroy other countries because of like I don't know.
Like the odds are like those people like will not go back to Iran, like even if like it gets like I don't know like what I have no like sort of scenario for how it could be like a situation where like they're like, yeah, like Iran's free, like I can't wait to go back. Like how, under what circumstances you're going to go back? Like you're going to go back if like it transitions to like the Delcy Rodriguez of Shia clerics, like if you like what, you're going to go back to Iran from LA? Like no, like this is exactly the type of, I mean, probably these people are not in these kind of social circles, but it's the some of these attitudes are like the kind of things you see like encouraged by these kind of like knowledge networks in some ways. I mean, although I think really like what you kind of see like in some of these among some of these like monarchist people in the Iran diaspora is like more extreme even than you would see from the kind of like general sort of regime skepticism. I mean, they are like talking about like, I saw one guy, I mean, this is just an example, it shouldn't be taken as indicative, certainly of the Iranian diaspora in general, or even of monarchists, which is not a group that I'm fond of, but, I wouldn't even want to smear all of them with this guy, but he was talking about how, in Pahlavi's Iran, we're going to give asylum to like like to Western Nazis. Like we're going to, make sure that we have asylum for these people, who have been forced out of their countries, I guess, for some reason by, I don't know, immigration.
Who said this?
Well, I just saw like some Pahlavis monarchist guy like talking about this. Like some like random dude. That's why I was saying like I wouldn't apply this to the entire monarchist tendency, even though I'm not fond of them at all. I think that they're largely pretty insane. But
yeah.
So
I would like to read a little bit about the neo-Gramscian lens, because I think there's some interesting stuff here. Also, there's this section called "The Establishment," quoting Godfrey Hodgson, which I think is pretty good. It's a pretty good succinct thing about like who is the establishment. He writes that according to the historian Godfrey Hodgson, the establishment, with a capital E, which he dates back to World War II, but in this book is shown to have a longer lineage, is, quote, the group of powerful men who know each other, who share assumptions so deep that they do not need to be articulated, and who continue to wield power outside the constitutional or political forms, the power to put a stop to things they disapprove of, to promote the men they regard as reliable, the power, in a word, to preserve the status quo. Yeah, Hodgson says more precisely at its heart, the establishment is made up of three core groups: internationally minded lawyers, bankers, and corporate executives from New York, government officials from Washington, D.C., and elite university academics, including the heads of the major philanthropic foundations. These three groups were united, Hodgson argues, by a common history, policy, aspiration, instinct, and technique. He does say the historical origins and unity of the post-war establishment lay in winning World War II, developing and implementing the Marshall Plan, founding NATO, and confronting the Soviet Union. Their agreed policy was to oppose isolationism and to promote liberal, in quotes, internationalism, to deprecate national chauvinism but press the case for American power, advocate restraint but admire the use of high-tech military force, and to act with conscience but not permit it to prevent robust action. Their shared aspiration was to nothing less than, quote, the moral and political leadership of the world, to fill the vacuum left by the British Empire. To Hodgson, the fundamental instinct of the establishment was for the political center, between the yahoos of the right and the impracticalities of the left. Finally, Hodgson believes the establishment's technique was to use the executive branch of government, the White House, National Security Council, the CIA, rather than the U.S. Congress and public opinion. The establishment claims to take private action for the public good. He says a little further down here in terms of the neo-Gramscian kind of perspective, Hodgson's establishment and the corporatist organizational sector are the most economistic of the four concepts, favoring the idea that elites are, at least in part, drawn from the ranks of capital-intensive international manufacturers and bankers. By recognizing the importance of economic interests to politics and the political system, the two relevant concepts move closer to a more radical interpretation of power, Gramscian thought. The latter framework is far more comprehensive and certainly more critical than any of the ones examined above, and it's a better way of explaining state-society relations. In addition, Gramsci's rarely examined notion of state spirit offers new insight into understanding state-society relations that is hinted at in several of the four concepts examined above, but never satisfactorily articulated. All right, this part's good. Gramsci made more explicit what Karl Marx argued. The ideas of the ruling class are, in every epoch, the ruling ideas. Gramsci, however, located ideological, political, and cultural struggle more centrally into Marxist thought, thereby creating space for intellectuals. It is the role of organic intellectuals, thinkers who are connected with the dominant class, for example, within the universities or the church, mass media, political parties, podcasts, right? YouTubers, right? Think of it that way, right? Like, to develop, it is their role to develop, elaborate, and disseminate dominant ideas, values, and norms, and to make natural, commonsensical, and psychologically satisfying to the whole society what are, in reality, ideas that principally support the ruling class. Yeah, I think to totally see that today, right? Through struggle, compromise, and the building of enduring coalitions that cut across class, ethnic, and racial cleavages is formed the prevailing idea of, quote, reality, the dominant concept that underlies a particular regime. As political regimes, or hegemonic projects and alliances, are made up of cross-class coalitions, they require for their formation and sustenance mobilizations of public opinion to convince the masses, or at least a critical proportion of them, that they have a stake in current arrangements. In short, the historic bloc is generated and sustained by leadership based on the, quote, consent of the governed, under the hegemonic leadership of politicians and intellectuals of the capitalist class. As the consent of the governed is so vital to political arrangements, it is engineered by intellectual, political, and cultural elites through numerous channels that involve not only the state, but also the sort of organizations that Hodgson's establishment, the corporatist organizational sector, Eisenach's parastates, and the epistemic communities would recognize. The major private and public universities, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the great philanthropic foundations, Ford, Carnegie, and Rockefeller. In Gramscian terms, elite and popular authority are constructed by an alliance of state and private agencies in order to undermine the old order and to usher in the new. Central to the motivation of private elites is Gramsci's concept of state spirit. In essence, state spirit inspires leaders to take personally the concerns of the nation and state and to subordinate narrow and political interests to the broader, long-term interests of the state or nation as a whole. State-spirited leaders contextualize themselves in the broad sweep of national and global historical development. Their outlook presupposes continuity, either with the past, or with tradition, or with the future. That is, it presupposes that every act is a moment in a complex process which has already begun and which will continue. According to Gramsci, such leaders may even come to believe, quote, that they are the state. Wow. Studies of the American states and private elites' foreign policy behavior that do not adequately appreciate the importance of state-private networks must be questioned. Private elites played key roles in the making of foreign policy, opinion mobilization, and overseas policy implementation with the direct and indirect support of the American state. Indeed, foundations and think tanks often were able to operate under the fiction that they were independent, non-state institutions in sensitive countries and regions. The best way to conceptualize and appreciate this phenomenon is through frameworks that provide adequate cognizance of the importance of consensus building and network construction, and the state-spiritedness that motivates the state-private network, both within the American establishment and in its relationships and its relations with subordinate social classes. However, the dominant conceptualizations of the position, roles, and history of the big three foundations provide a stark contrast to the critical analysis advanced by neo-Gramscians. Mainstream scholars of foundations, as well as foundation insiders, tend to view American philanthropy as comprising benign, enlightened, and selfless forces for the betterment of the nation and world, as above politics and ideology, beyond big business and the state, and part of a third culture, or a third sector above and independent of both, as led by and dependent upon university academics and other intellectual institutions, rather than mobilizing the former to advance any ideo-political agenda, and as builders of a more open and pluralistic America and a democracy-enhancing global civil society, the latter since the late 80s. They argue, for example, that foundation trustees do not, quote, interfere with university research and teaching, either within or beyond the U.S., because American academic professional associations predated the foundations and had, by the time the foundations were established, developed an intellectual autonomy that could not be and was not diminished by philanthropy. They also raise a fundamental objection to Gramscian theory as inapplicable, or at least less applicable, to the American case, owing to critical differences between the two cultures. In Europe, they argue, intellectuals were mobilized by political parties, but in the U.S., parties were different and less legitimate organizations and shunned by individuals or by intellectuals. Philanthropy and academia, therefore, steered clear of politics and even government, remaining above partisanship, patronage, and parochialism. Wow, amazing. Carl and Katz, therefore, react to a Gramscian analysis of foundations by reverting to the more optimistic interpretations of foundation insiders, who claim that foundations merely sponsor good ideas or knowledge for its own sake, rather than for political, strategic, or ideological ends.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, he says, my book fundamentally challenges such interpretations. Yeah, and it certainly does. Basically, he asks us, are foundations above governmental and corporate interests, or are they part of an unrepresentative East Coast establishment and part of a hegemonic ruling elite? I think I know what the answer to that is. I think they are, but
There are good, really good epigraphs, for every chapter in this book. But this one in particular, I wanted to highlight from the first chapter, talking about Bill Gates. When Bill Gates first started the charity organization, he sought advice from Vartan Gregorian, president of the $2.2 billion U.S. Carnegie Corporation of New York. Bill Gates has always believed that with wealth comes responsibility, the same as Andrew Carnegie, said Gregorian. There are people who deal with symptoms. Somebody is poor, you give money. That's charity. Philanthropy is to solve problems through investment and planning, not just through generosity. So it's interesting, I think it's an interesting contrast. I feel like there is kind of the term charity, outside of the kind of abstract sense, has kind of been there is kind of a negative valence to the idea of charity, I feel like, in American popular discourse. Would you agree with that? I feel like
I think so. It's kind of seen as well-meaning but pointless, whereas philanthropy is changing the world.
Or this religious dumb thing, religious thing to give charity, when it's interesting that framework, because it's almost charity is giving money to poor people without an ideological investment,
without strings attached.
Exactly.
I think that's really kind of why there's it gets denigrated against philanthropy, which is so strategic and targeted, and usually wants a kind of specific outcome and wants to shape the behavior of the people that they kind of want to institute some kind of behavioral change that allegedly will be for their own benefit, right? Yeah. And I think this book says that, it's interesting that the main goal, the stated goals of these big three foundations in the 20th century, they were pretty lofty. There was eliminate poverty, increase education, blah, blah, blah. And on those fundamental things, they've all failed. You know what I mean? But of course they've been successful at whatever their real mission was, which was never really that. It was not to actually share wealth. It was to come up with these very complex ways to deploy the hoarded wealth that they already have, in a way to kind of deepen their influence over everybody.
And also to build basically they were foundations of the American century, to build this American imperium, right? And that
the intellectual scaffolding and justification for why this wasn't just rapacious capitalist. I think that's sometimes why elites, sort of more liberal elites, hate Trump so much is because like he is just like, I'm a capitalist, I just want to be rich, bleh. Like, you know, and they're like, God damn it, like no, like deep down they're all that way too, but like they know better than to like run around being so crude, right? Like that's the kind of thing that gets the pitchforks out, you know, among the people. Like that's dangerous, right? So they have to put this sophisticated face on it at all times and act like that's not. I mean, going back to Gustavus Myers, funny.
Yeah,
right?
Someone in the chat says, during your last stream, I got an ad for charity water. The first line was, "If we lost you at charity, we get it."
No.
Why do people hate charity? Like, it's, like, basically people have been silenced to hating the idea of charity by, like, these philanthropic organizations. And, like, they, I guess, like, I think, like, the only, good use is, like, to psyop people into, like, you know, helping support the American empire. Like, that's the only good investment. And, like, giving money to poor people is wrong. Like, give it, like, I mean, we should get into the part that has to do with, like, the worldviews of, like, the founders of these foundations, right? Because, like, really you can kind of see how they trickle down. And I feel like that's a part that, like, you will be all over, you know, like when it talks about like the sort of composition of these early foundation boards and also like their beliefs, right? Like
it's the biggest like roster of like Eastern establishment, like high wasp, like racist, sus lord, eugenicist, like, you know, wannabe aristocrats, like of all time, you know, basically. And then like the robber barons who, you know, seeded the foundations, people like Henry Ford, who actually I think he hated like charity. He thought charity was like disgusting and like stupid.
Well, there's like, people might know my PhD is from Brown, right? Where like the Rockefellers were like the big donors. Rockefeller Jr. like went there.
John D. Jr. went there.
And our library is like the Rock, you know, named after him. And on the wall, you know, like, you know, our main library, there's a couple, but you know, the main one is the Rockefeller Library. And on the wall, there's this thing. That like this like quote or this series of quotes called the Credo of John D. Rockefeller Jr. And you know, he says a bunch of things, like a lot of them are just kind of like pablum, like I believe in the supreme worth of the individual and in his right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I believe that every right implies a responsibility, every opportunity an obligation, every possession a duty. I believe the law was made for man and not man for the law. The government is a servant of the people and not their master. I believe in the dignity of labor, whether with head or hand, that the world owes no man a living, but that it owes every man an opportunity to make a living.
Okay.
But I mean, I kind of feel like giving people a living isn't so bad. Like guaranteeing people a living isn't so bad. Like, I don't think that that's like a bad value, honestly. Like, you know, just,
why
like,
should
guaranteeing people a living?
Everybody can like, you know, if you can work, like everyone can have a job, or if you can't work, you can still have a living. Like, you know.
Yeah, but you know, he also believes that thrift is essential to well-ordered living and that economy is a prime requisite of a sound financial structure, whether in government, business, or personal affairs.
Right. There's a good section here on John D. Rockefeller Jr. We get a little bit of that Gustavus Myers, like, hot gaff. I think he literally says at one point, like, all these people who achieve their fortunes, like, through fraud, bribery, corruption, and, like, blah, blah, blah. He does the classic Gustavus Myers litany of... like, these guys were like Daniel Plainview, like primitive accumulators, absolutely ruthless in business. You know, John D. Sr. was the son of a confidence man, literally, who was an embarrassment to his family. You know, William Rockefeller. I think he was a snake oil salesman, like, funny enough. But then I guess he taught his sons like a lot about money. And so, you know, he became... It's interesting. I think the biographer was Nevins, who wrote about him. He says, like the influence of his parents, whatever. This heritage helped mold the purpose and to establish John D. Rockefeller as one of the giants of American industrial history. Nevins, a highly sympathetic biographer, concludes that JDR's career was marked by, quote, his single-mindedness, his sharpness of insight, his cool disdain of emotional factors, his instinct for the future, his breadth of ambition, and his skill, which to opponents sometimes seemed merciless, in finding novel weapons to attain his ends, his strategic ingenuity. He was a church-going materialist, a charitable citizen but ruthless entrepreneur, and a Republican who did not enlist in the Civil War. He was a single-minded, ambitious, strategic thinker on the scale of the arch-empire builder Cecil Rhodes. He understood more clearly and was moved by the forces of combination and concentration. And this is quite a line. He knew how to marshal the right clout at the right point in the system, making the appropriate alliance, engaging the vulnerable opponent. Collier and Horowitz surely are right when they argue that JDR's principal contributions had far less to do with the technology of oil than with the technology of power. His passion was to work on different kinds of structures, like the creation of the corporate trust, a powerful system of networked powers. Yeah, I mean, he built this national monopoly in an era where, like, interstate commerce was still, there were like laws against it, right? And he started creating these like trust companies that were all like interlocked with one another, but were like nominally, different, right? And he was forced to like break them up eventually, which became most of the oil companies we have today, like Chevron, whatever, all the American ones today, Chevron, Texaco, etc. He also says that, Standard Oil, even before, the CIA existed, Standard Oil functioned as a shadow government with a foreign policy of its own. Yeah. So they had huge, both in, I think, in Asia, European oil markets, and in South America especially, they almost had like their own intelligence services, like before, the CIA even existed. I think I read from Sally Pisani's book on demon forces that that one of the reasons like the Rockefellers tried to kind of roadblock what is his name? Wild Bill Donovan's like proposal for an intelligence agency, because they didn't want like federal government people like poking into their business, and like they already had an intelligence agency, right? Like they didn't want some like government people with a mandate to come down and start like operating on their turf. So yeah, like that he was I guess a genius in the technology of power and like scheming and intriguing and all these other things. It's like cool, great. But I mean, then,
yeah, like when he gets into like the sort of like, these because like some of this stuff will be like we'll repeat sort of what we talked about in the history of the American fortunes and stuff, but when he gets to like talking about the like this is I love this paragraph because like it's one of those classic academic paragraphs like where it's when you talk about the Rockefeller Foundation and the American elite, just to kind of talk about their foundation. He like it's one of those classic academic paragraphs where he starts off with the sentence, social background influences behavior, with a footnote, like just to make sure this is proven. What people do and want and how they think about their society and the world is heavily influenced by their place and time of birth, historical generation, social class, schooling, race, gender and ethnicity, religion, their degree of assimilation in American society. The social composition of a group creates peculiar subculture and mindset that affects not just decision-making on grants and programs, but also on the kinds of people, values, and ideas that are considered acceptable. The backgrounds and networks of the leaders of the big three, therefore, are explored in sections below, beginning with the Rockefeller Foundation. I mean, I like how you had to like really like couch this and be like, this is why.
You need to stop DNA watching. Are you
exactly?
Well, you need to stop DNA watching.
You know how like much he has to scaffold this to be like people's backgrounds matter for like their opinions, like and stuff like that. Like it is relevant. Like where so
certain people wasps who love privacy are going to start screering at him.
Yeah, and like you're pocket watching. Yeah, like, he's about to start. Yeah, he's about to start.
Don't talk about my great grandfather.
Yeah, right. DNA watching. A survey was conducted of Rockefeller Foundation trustees for 3 sample years: 1930, 1945, and 1951, a pivotal period of U.S. foreign policy transformation. Data were collected from who's who and who was who on background factors on 29 trustees, including region and decade of birth, university education, profession, corporate directorship, service in government, connections with other elite political intellectual organizations, and membership in elite clubs. Several of the trustees were major figures in the world of business, the press, or government service. John D. Rockefeller Jr. was trustee from 1913 to 1940. Jr.'s father-in-law, Winthrop W. Aldrich, served as trustee from 1935 to 1951, alongside his leading role at the Rockefeller Bank, Chase National. The publisher of the New York Times, Arthur Hayes Sulzberger, served from 1939 to 1957, while John Foster Dulles was trustee from 1935 to 1952, when President Eisenhower appointed him to serve his administration as Secretary of State, a post he held from 53 to 60. The majority, 15, were East Coast born, particularly New York and Pennsylvania, while the rest were reasonably evenly distributed across the rest of the country, 2 in the Southeast and Southwest and 2 abroad. All of the trustees, bar none, were born after the Civil War and before 1900, indicating a shared generational experience in those decades of quote-unquote psychic crisis. The period also featured, of course, an evangelical awakening and Darwinian revolution in science, effects that may already be clearly visible in the character of American philanthropy. Educationally, the Rockefeller trustees exhibited powerful elitist characteristics, with 19 having attended Ivy League and other elite, 14 at Harvard and Princeton, and other elite universities 5, including Chicago and Johns Hopkins. The foundation's trustees were dominated by the legal and educational professions, with 10 lawyers from major blue blood New York firms such as Sullivan and Cromwell, where Dulles was a partner, Davis, Polk, Wardwell, Gardner, and Reed, where John W. Davis was a senior partner, the presidents of Yale University, James R. Engel, Princeton, Harold W. Dodds, Chicago, Max Mason, and the University of California, Los Angeles, Robert G. Spruill, were trustees during the 1930 to 1951 period. In addition to Aldrich and Rockefeller Jr., there were several major figures from the world of business and finance, for example, Chester I. Barnard, the president of the Bell Telephone Company, Lewis W. Douglas, the president of the Mutual Life Insurance Company, and Owen D. Young of General Electric. Corporate directorships among trustees, including John D. Rockefeller Jr., totaled 34. Just 14 trustees accounted for that number. Some of the most important corporations were represented by trustees, including General Electric, AT&T, Westinghouse, and Equitable Life Insurance. Government service was another key factor that many trustees had in common. Several had served as U.S. ambassadors, for example, including Winthrop Aldrich, John W. Davis, and Lewis Douglas, all of whom served as ambassadors in Britain. John Foster Dulles served under Eisenhower. He was also distinguished by having an uncle, Robert Lansing, and a grandfather, John W. Foster, who would serve as Secretary of State, and his brother, Alan Welsh, was CIA director in the 1950s. Additionally, of course, Dulles served numerous U.S. presidents from the Great War onward, bringing an important perspective to the Rockefeller Board of Trustees. Most trustees of the Rockefeller Foundation served numerous other Rockefeller philanthropies, such as the General Education Board and the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research. 4 trustees were also on the boards of several Carnegie philanthropies, including the Carnegie Corporation and CEIP. In addition, several were more broadly connected with other philanthropies, including Carl T. Compton, who was trustee of 5 other foundations, including the Ford Foundation. There were numerous links with organizations that regularly received large grants from the Rockefeller Foundation, including the Council on Foreign Relations, 9 trustees, the Institute of Pacific Relations, 2, and the Brookings Institution, 2. Finally, 25 trustees accounted for over 100 elite club memberships, including New York City's Century, 18, Harvard, 5, and Metropolitan, 4, and 4 trustee members of the Cosmos Club in Washington, D.C. John W. Davies was the most clubbable, with 9 memberships. In 1940, the Century Club was a hotbed of pro-war organizers, mainly drawn from the leading members of the Council on Foreign Relations. So, yeah, just, some guys who want to help.
Just some guys, yeah. And that is the Rockefeller Foundation, I think, is the one that, fast forward like 40 years or so, would pick, they would break from tradition and pick an NYU dropout from Coney Island named Jeffrey Epstein to be on their board at age 32. Like David Rockefeller personally brought him in. So, as you can see from that, there's always been some big movers and shakers, and they're extremely, like it says about the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in the next section, which was drawn from a narrow East Coast elite. They were interlocked. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is according to Alger Hiss. He's actually the one that said that the trustees of the CEIP were, quote, interlocked with the charitable bodies, the New York Public Library, the Metropolitan Museum, the Metropolitan Opera, and the Rockefeller Foundation. It was through such interlocking that the attitudes of a small section of the United States predominated culturally and otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, so these people, it's very small world of blue book who was who families, that were staffing all these things, and these people,
Yeah, and they all kind of had this characteristic, both all 3, the Ford, the Carnegie, and the Rockefeller,
Right. There's no. There's really
the
not
Ford
much
Foundation
variation.
maybe had a slight more there were more academics on the Ford Foundation board, it seems like. But other than that, they're very consistent in their makeup, and a lot of crossover as well.
Yeah. A lot of national security advisor type people, like McGeorge Bundy. Richard Bissell was the head, CIA people. A lot of Ivy League CIA people that moved either in and out of intelligence or were advisors to presidents. McGeorge Bundy served as the I believe the head of the Ford Foundation for almost like 15 years, like right after, I think maybe while the Vietnam War was still going on. Like he moved on to be the head of the Ford Foundation, which is then funding like, KPFA radio, which is like the #1 anti-war like radio station in the 70s. Like it's just kind of weird. Like it's like, okay, like you like did the Vietnam War, but like you're the Ford Foundation guy now, so you're gonna like spread peace, I guess, and hacking left-wing content everywhere. Okay, or Paul Hoffman, who's a big Marshall Plan kind of CIA adjacent guy. Who put his son Halleck Hoffman, I think, in charge of Pacifica around the same time. And, Richard Bissell, like Mr. Bay of Pigs, Richard Bissell, Jesus Christ, I think was brought in the early 50s before the Cuba stuff because he was like I think he was very good at like accounting and like he was kind of an economist who I believe was also educated at Yale. Yeah, at least most of these people were at Ford were educated at elite private schools. At least 4 trustees had attended either Groton, Hotchkiss, or Phillips Exeter, and then they went on to Ivy League universities in large numbers, with 21 registrations recorded at such institutions, including Princeton, Yale, and Columbia. Harvard alone has 14 trustees as alumni. The rest is like University of California, U Chicago, MIT, etc. And it lists all the people that had like high level government positions. McGeorge Bundy was actually Ford Foundation president from 1966 to 1979. So basically, like right after escalating the Vietnam War, when Jim Morrison's dad pretended he got blown up in what was that, the Gulf of Tonkin, was in 65. Like LBJ, I think, with McGeorge Bundy advising him, like dramatically escalates the Vietnam War. Then he's like, all right, peace out. I'm going to go run the Ford Foundation now for the next 13 years. And then, steps down in 1979. So the think about that. Like the whole Vietnam War from the American perspective, like those were right, like the years of like the big Vietnam War, the protests, the draft, everything. This fucking skull and bone sus lord who was like a Boston Brahmin, like he's related to all these fucking people, like, like he's literally as like elite as it gets, is running the Ford Foundation, sponsoring all kinds of like domestic, like alternative media and stuff around the world. It's like, he was the head of the Ford Foundation during all the stuff that happened in Chile, which this book gets into. And
that's a good chapter.
Pushing neoliberal economics in the Chicago School onto Chile and kind of building an economic infrastructure of like experts to sort of take over when Pinochet launched his coup.
Similar pattern in Indonesia as well. The Indonesia chapter is pretty good too.
That's actually
talked about that a little bit, but with
Obama's mom was brought in right after the bloody coup. But like the Ford, it's actually pretty damning. There's some good info in this book about the Ford Foundation's relationship with the coup and like how he went through the records, and all the letters that they're writing back to people are like, it's going wonderfully here. The Indonesian people are just overjoyed. And like, if you could see the glee like with which they are like mass slaughtering like communists, like you would just be overjoyed. Like it's wonderful. Like there is no like
we could definitely work with these people.
We could definitely work with these people. Which they had been sponsoring programs that were like, I think, training members of the military and members of like the the Ministry of like Economics or whatever.
Right.
That a lot of the coup leaders came out of,
like the universities kind of, and like changed their curriculums to like sort of promote like sort of the kind of knowledge that would be useful to opening up to like American economic relationships.
Right, and they pretty successfully were able to kind of like take Indonesia, which had been one of the first big country in the non-aligned movement, and like nudge them away from whatever flirtations with like socialism or kind of nationalism or like developmentalist like economics they were kind of flirting with, and open them up to like foreign investment and business, like just kick the door open, which is what happened.
I want to get to those chapters, but I thought like this is like a good part of chapter 2. We talked about the worldview of the foundation leaders. He writes, the broad outlines of a worldview among foundation leaders is now visible. Most notable, of course, is the firm, indeed unshakable attachment to American global leadership, a hardwired attitude that will be systematically portrayed in the empirical chapters to follow. Suffice it here to say that David Rockefeller, son of Junior and his true heir, sums up the position very well. The world has now become so inextricably intertwined that the United States can no longer go it alone. We are the world's sole superpower and its dominant nation economically. One of our principal duties is to provide judicious and consistent leadership that is firmly embedded in our national values and ideals. To do otherwise is to guarantee a return to the conflict that characterized the blood-drenched 20th century. He goes on, the American system of values, free enterprise, individualism, limited government, is deeply ingrained in the foundation's own benefactors and originators. Indeed, the Rockefellers, Carnegie, and Ford built their industrial empires in the very spirit of the American quote-unquote dream. Below is an attempt to sketch out a collective portrait of the kinds of views that prevailed among foundation elites and that contextualize the kinds of mission the foundations pursued, how they saw themselves and others at home and abroad, and how they wanted to go about, quote-unquote, doing philanthropy. 4 interrelated themes are clear from such an exploration of the foundation leaders' subculture: their religiosity, scientism, racism, and elitism.
This next paragraph is like fire.
It's great.
It's so good.
God gave me my wealth, John D. Rockefeller Sr. once responded to critics who demanded he admit the tainted character of his vast fortune. Foundation leaders are overwhelmingly drawn from, quote, among the believers, Protestants, an elect group, the chosen few in their own eyes, the real quote-unquote owners of America. Being among the most successful people of their generation, such a self-image is hardly surprising. It is a short step from this to a belief in their own superiority, as a social group, a national elite, as opposed to the quote-unquote lower classes in America, or equally over lesser peoples overseas. The linkage of religion and the quote-unquote elect, self-made earthly success and their movement in restricted social and racial milieus, associated with elite schools, ivy-covered universities, blue blood law firms, and pinstripe State Department officialdom, mixes a potent cocktail that tends to both cohere the in-group and to cast among the damned everyone else. Non-elite white Americans, non-Protestants, let alone African Americans and swarthy non-Anglo-Saxon foreigners. The quote-unquote in-group quote-unquote knows and quote-unquote decides. The quote-unquote out-groups are the objects of knowledge.
That's right, folks.
Very true.
That's right, folks. These fucking Protestants. These fucking wasps.
Andrew Carnegie stands out as broadly secular and even opposed to religion and theology. His conversion to the state, however, rendered him righteous enough merely to have replaced a Christian missionary with a biological evolutionist missionary who, at least superficially, championed social Darwinism and the ideas of Herbert Spencer. According to Stephen Wall, Carnegie had long searched for a credible faith to replace Scottish Presbyterianism. His utopia, it seems, was the triumph of capitalist industrialism, as exemplified by his steel plants in Pittsburgh. In practice, Carnegie was a pragmatist. Spencerian attachments aside, he rejected laissez-faire notions because of the necessity of government to modern economy and as a source of steel contracts and for providing some minimal protection for workers. Carnegie also effectively rejected the idea of quote-unquote eugenic superiority because of his belief that it was from the ranks of the poor that real leaders emerged, much as he had himself. By 1900, Carnegie declared himself a progressive. Of course,
he's a radical left-winger in this milieu for not believing in eugenics.
This is like a good part in terms of like the sort of scientific funding that was such a big part of the foundations. Of course, even the religiosity of the Rockefellers had made its compromises both with wealth and secular thought, transforming itself into an even higher scientific truth. In our case, quote-unquote social scientific truth, emerging from and combining evangelical zeal with a worldly vision for constructing the kingdom of God on earth. According to Greenleaf, scientism assumes that genuine knowledge is only possible on the basis of matter-of-fact, carefully observed, cataloged, or categorized in some way, and, if possible, measured, quantified, and subsumed under a law or functional generality. In this late 19th century development were planted the seeds of modern social science. It is unsurprising to note that the founders of American social science were often clergymen or otherwise steeped in religion. The quest for personal salvation in Protestantism was transformed in the late 19th century into a social ethic. The kingdom of heaven was to be built and perfected on earth. God was immanent in all material forms, including social institutions, as T.H. Green had taught. Evangelical zeal was henceforth to be transformed into earthly good works. The social gospel demanded the purging of sin in all corrupt national institutions and life, business, politics, state, church, and university. Leaders of the movement included the theologians Washington Gladden and Harry Emerson Fosdick, the philosophers William James and John Dewey, the scientists Asa Gray and Alfred North Whitehead, the political scientists Herbert Crowley and Walter Lippmann, and the social scientists Thorstein Veblen, Herbert Ward, Richard T. Ely, John Bates Clark, and Woodrow Wilson. McLaughlin argues that the quote-unquote key concepts of progressivism were relativism, pragmatism, historicism, cultural organicism, and creative intelligence, producing new values such as efficiency, integration, systemization, regularization, and professionalization. Social science, therefore, emerged as a rational enterprise for social engineering to modernize America, to deal with tumultuous internal change, and strengthen it for world leadership. Recall that quote-unquote scientific giving was the great innovation of the Big Three, a rational activity, an investment with a view to securing certain kinds of social outcomes.
Absolutely. You can keep reading. I'm going to step away for 1 second.
All right. The architect of scientific giving was probably the Reverend Frederick T. Gates, a one-time Baptist clergyman and Rockefeller advisor. It was Gates who helped modern philanthropy to, quote, move charitable activities away from treating the symptoms of social problems toward eliminating the underlying causes. According to David Rockefeller, this led to an quote, embrace of a scientific approach, and to support the work of experts in many fields. Giving became a systematic activity that also rationalized the structure of organizations that applied for Rockefeller funding. Gates eschewed retail philanthropy for wholesale, top-down giving, because the former was chaotic and subversive of discipline and effectiveness. By giving to carefully scrutinized national organizations, Gates claimed that Mr. Rockefeller's business sagacity was satisfied, and he came to have hardly less pleasure in the organization of his philanthropy than in the efficiency of his business. Andrew Carnegie ran his philanthropic foundations in much the same way as he had run his business empire, with hard-headed efficiency and dead-eyed focus. "I never like scattering my shot," he noted. The effect of large foundation funds on university research, lamented Lasky, was the effective control over the character, methods, and topics of research. I read this quote earlier, having to do with Benito Mussolini and, how foundations exert control over academia. Ethnocentrism abroad was founded, of course, on a belief in, quote-unquote, scientific Anglo-Saxon superiority at home. Philanthropy aimed at the social uplift of other races, especially African Americans, through education. But their appointed leaders, in this case the General Education Board, an agency for several major philanthropists in the education field, were heavily influenced by racist beliefs. Gates himself withdrew his children from a mixed-race public school in Montclair, New Jersey, because black and immigrant children allegedly were, quote, ill-mannered, filthy, and unsanitary, unquote. Blacks required vocational training only. Quote, Latin, Greek, and metaphysics form a kind of knowledge that I fear with our colored brethren tend even more than with us to puff up rather than build up, unquote, Gates believed. Rockefeller financed schools in the South accommodated racial segregation. As Wallace Buttrick, the executive secretary of the GEB, noted, quote, the Negro is an inferior race. The Anglo-Saxon is superior, end quote. Southern blacks were suited to, quote, the menial positions and, quote, to do the heavy work at less wages than the American white man, end quote, or immigrant. Though neither junior nor senior supported crude racist views, they were willing to kowtow to Southern segregationists. In the end, 90% of GEB funds were allotted to white Southern schools rather than to the target group. As Lewis Harlan shows, Northern philanthropists tacitly acquiesced in Southern blacks' disenfranchisement and Jim Crow segregation in return for security for their investments in, quote, industrial education for blacks. Indeed, reintegration of the post-Reconstruction South with Northern industrial capital required a largely and semi-skilled black agricultural workforce that would in turn, quote, permit the Southern white laborer to perform the more expert labor and to leave the fields, the mines, and the simpler trades for the Negro, end quote. Therefore, agitation over racial equality merely created political instability and consequently uncertainty for Northern investors. William H. Baldwin of the GEB wanted blacks to concentrate on laboring in the fields, shops, and mines, to aspire to what the existing Southern environment offered, the Tuskegee model of racialized education. Interestingly, in taking such a stance, Northern philanthropists rejected and marginalized through the power of the purse the racial equality educational strategies of Northern missionary societies. Despite some protests, such as Fisk in 1925, Southern blacks were often muted in their criticism of racialized educational philanthropy for fear of losing even that support.
Damn.
The major foundations were also guilty of racialization, the most dire example being the Carnegie Corporation. Although more detail is provided in Chapter 6, it is important to note that CC was especially supportive of racial segregation. In his in-depth study of philanthropy and Jim Crow, Philip Stanfield concludes that the Carnegie Corporation was the most racially exclusive of the major foundations and was very supportive of white supremacy and apartheid societies. It dared not allow blacks any decision-making power in areas such as race relations research and the development of black libraries. According to Carnegie Corporation protocol, black destiny was to be decided by whites only.
Wow. So I guess Carnegie's non-belief in eugenics didn't mean that he wasn't. Oh yeah, Andrew Carnegie shared these views. He championed the superiority of the English-speaking peoples, calling for a race alliance of Britain, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Ireland, and the United States under the latter's leadership. Carnegie's attachment to social Darwinism and its mantra of survival of the fittest, and echoes of the cult of manliness so common in Anglo-America at the time, are of a piece with his calls for an Anglo-Saxon alliance. Given their superior qualities, Anglo-Saxons were duty-bound to export good government, the fruits of their industry, and their civilization to the four corners of the world. Andrew Carnegie, of course, famously opposed the American annexation of the Philippines after the Spanish-American War of 1898. His reasons for doing so, however, focused on the damage that would be done to American civilization by the inclusion of inferior breeds like the Filipinos, who did not even possess the advantage or grace of living in territories bordering the United States. Yeah, wow. So I guess he it sounds like he kind of did believe in eugenics, or I guess he believed that poor people should be
Darwinism.
Right.
Yeah, he
that,
just thought that.
But obviously, white people are still on top.
Exactly. He didn't think that, and he didn't really necessarily come from total poverty either.
Right. This book does emphasize that, because it's a big part of his lore is that he's one of the only silk toppers that kind of came over as a little boy from Scotland.
Yeah.
And he ended up with sixpence in his pocket,
he
or whatever
wasn't
the fuck.
even really totally poor. He didn't experience. It says he didn't experience grinding poverty, and he had no empathy for those who did. But but still, he wasn't maybe from the ultimate blue blood establishment.
No,
he
was. He came from normal background, and was an immigrant to a child immigrant to the U.S. As opposed to other people like J.P. Morgan, whose grandfather was on the board of Aetna Insurance when it found, the Morgans were already fucking established. By the time J.P. Morgan, his father was a trader in London, so he got a nice little push, I would say, and that's true for a lot of other people.
But you can really see, it is worthwhile to talk about the founders of these these foundations, who they're named for, and these remain the big three to this day. And it's crazy, they were all founded by these people who if you think about it, these philanthropic organizations are supposed to be as he kind of notes in the conclusion, they're supposed to be solving the problems of humanity, right? They are supposed to be addressing all the greatest social problems of the whole world, right? Mm-hmm. And yet the people who created them are the biggest causes, the people and their companies, right? Mm-hmm. In their business dealings, they are the biggest creators of those problems. They represent the main cause of those social ills, but they're not able. He says they claim to want to address the underlying causes of social ills, but failed to acknowledge, indeed they could not, that the corporate capitalist system from which the foundations constructed their original endowments and the corporate investments from which the endowments continued to generate their income might have been significant contributing factors to the social problems. Instead, they were convinced that corporations serve the national or global interests and that most problems stem from the individual.
Of course.
Poor socialization, lack of education, problems of personality, family dysfunctionality, and the like. So, there you go.
Success and failure are all just individual things. They're not... Yeah, there's no societal effect, which is... Yeah, it is funny that then there's the solution of all these foundations is kind of to empower the individual, but at scale, but which then I guess they're surprised that it doesn't really work like that. I think it's all bullshit. It
works in a way, which is that it makes it easier for America's empire to sustain itself, and for these people to enrich themselves.
Yeah, and to turn people into like obedient, the pets, not threats, basically, by
Right.
like holding the coin purse and
Well, yeah, I mean, I think
restricting
that's
it.
the other side of the coin, kind of like we were talking about before with the free theater in Palestine and like the concern about traditions, like those things that are mentioned, like yeah, like those are the real problems, like your family dynamics, like your culture, basically, like it's you need to be like civilized by like what we can provide you, like we need to provide you the cultural correction, like it's not that like
Right.
we are like rapacious imperial capitalists, it's that like your culture is the problem, like that's why
Yeah.
you don't have what we have, because of our
Yeah,
superior
really,
culture.
really anything could be blamed strategically as long as it's not the system that produced the wealth in the first place. Like that is the red line. Like that cannot be like discussed. I mean, maybe there's a foundation out there that is feeling adventurous and masochistic and funded like research about how billionaires and foundations are sus. But I feel like generally speaking, I don't know what the affiliation of this author is, but I feel like
I
generally
think
that
he
doesn't
works in the
happen.
UK.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Mm,
maybe in Ireland. I think he might be at the University of Dublin or something.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe there's, a little distance from it so you can critique it. But generally you
He
certainly don't
probably has
see
interacted with it,
you
anyone
certainly
who,
don't
yeah.
see a bunch of funding fingering like the foundations and the people who seeded the foundations. Like, I mean, a really good example today, because like these people are still with us, is like the tech overlords and how they've gotten into the philanthropy game pretty much like on the model, like the book said with Gates. Like he went and talked to like the Carnegie foundations, the Rockefeller foundations and stuff when he was setting up the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which then outstripped those in terms of like overall spending. But Zuckerberg's got a foundation. Even I was going to bring up earlier, since we were talking about congressional cat, being like a foundation leftist, that her like partner, like her boyfriend, romantic partner, is the CEO of the Onion now.
Oh,
Did you know
word.
that?
No.
Yeah, just
Interesting.
in case you scoff at the idea that foundations fund hecking satire and comedy, sometimes they do, because this actually, like, there's like a weird holding company that owns the Onion now called like Global Tetrahedron. It's definitely supposed to be like LOL conspiracy, huh? Like, but that's owned by a Silicon Valley billionaire that like forked up the money. I'm trying to remember um, what the name of the guy is. I read some article about him, and he's been making increasing moves. Jeff Lawson, the co-founder and former CEO of Twilio, he bought the Onion in May 2024, and operates under the parent company Global Tetrahedron. And Ben Collins is the CEO, and Ben Collins' girlfriend is the one that's like wants to make Taiwan a porcupine and is running as a hecking socialist. With an army of satire articles like behind her, I guess. But
Right. Yeah.
it's like, yeah, but like Jeff Lawson, oh, thank you. You're keeping center left satire alive. Thank you, Twilio founder. I'm sure you could probably etch his connection to some edge people if you really wanted to do that. But yeah, you get the idea.
Yeah. I'm
But
trying
anyways,
to
yeah, it's the one thing they
strategize
can't touch.
yeah, I'm trying to strategize like our way through this book because we have a bit to go. But
I mean, they're like case
yeah.
studies of
Yeah,
how
there's
this
case studies. Yeah, like
operated. We already
chapter
mentioned
3, like
Chile a little bit.
we kind of talked about like one of the big things was like this chapter is about, which is basically like kind of constructing globalism and realism against like isolationism, making sure that like popular opinion, and like the sort of close connection with these foundations in the State Department and things like that. There's one good part at the end that I thought was kind of interesting. Talking about the construction and strengthening of the regional elite opinion were vital aspects of America's rise to globalism, dovetailing with the Council on Foreign Relations and others' work in Washington, D.C., and with that of Earl at Princeton, talking about, what's his name? Edward Mead Earl. It further undermines, therefore, Carl and Katz's view that the foundations were disinterested and non-political. By mobilizing regional elites, the Carnegie Corporation and the CFR were attempting to generate a new internationalist consensus by both challenging isolationism in its heartlands and by arming with knowledge and arguments its own internationalist allies. This was a conscious attempt to mobilize bias behind a particular conception of America's role in a new world order. And this is like a good kind of like a example of how this works. A rejected application. The claim above is reinforced by the reception accorded a radically different proposal by the Columbia University sociologist Robert Lind, which was rejected for funding by Carnegie Philanthropy. Lind's, quote, a proposed study of the potentialities of democratic processes in a period of mobilization was to be conducted over a period of 15 months in 8 sections, costing $233,000. Lind assumed that for America to wage a war against fascism, it would need to mobilize its own people. The problem was that, left to the state bureaucracy and its corporate allies, there would develop bellicose militarism, undermining civil liberties. Democracy, Lind argued, ought to be a system in which humans can realize their full potential and satisfy their needs. And if his tendency could be strengthened, people would fight wars without resorting to chauvinistic propaganda. His study envisioned a sociological survey of the social condition of the people, their basic physical needs, their information requirements, and so on. Fighting a war against fascism, therefore, would enhance democracy rather than diminishing it. This proposal, sent out to 26 referees, was rejected by just 5 reviewers. Among its champions were Lind's fellow Columbia University professors Charles Beard and Philip Jessup. The voices of the critics, however, carried more weight with CC. The most severe critic, Howard J. Savage of the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, was vituperative. Lind and Savage approached the problem of war mobilization and the nature of democracy from completely opposing perspectives. Savage emphasized his military record and claimed that Lind's sociological fuddy-duddy could not possibly prepare people to kill others. Savage further argued that Lind only concerned himself with one threat to U.S. democracy, namely Nazism, and said nothing of a communistic menace. Lind's proposal, lambasted as a nadir of stupidity, was rejected by both Carnegie and the Rockefeller Foundation. Rejection of Lind's proposal after Savage's ruthless critique is instructive as to the vision of democracy, national purpose, leadership, mass mobilization, and war that was held by CC and RF. The latter were considered tough-minded, worldly, practical. Lind, by contrast, was bookish, rhetorical, and a do-gooder. Philanthropy's fertilizer was more appropriate for Yale, Earl et al., than for Lind. Lewis Koser's argument that foundations are, quote, the gatekeepers of ideas who fertilize and foster certain lines of research rather than others, rings true.
Damn, yeah.
Yeah.
The fertilizer. They're laying out the fertilizer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There is an Overson window that they they definitely labor to establish, and then anything beyond that is stuff and nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So they talk about the area, the construction of like area studies at various universities, which are kind of like designed to like case the world, district by district, to like understand them and unleash a bunch of sus anthropologists on them. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. And also like penetrate them and send experts into those countries that can sort of kind of recruit like potential local elites that can kind of be indoctrinated into like the American mindset.
Yeah. Chapter 4 kind of talks about the sort of Cold War context a bit more. There's this one good part where he talks about John W. Garner, the vice president of the Carnegie Corporation in 1948, has this quote where he says, there are indeed ideologies that Americans cannot tolerate, and there are political devices and points of view to which Americans must declare themselves eternally hostile.
No.
And he kind of discusses this, the ideologies that John W. Garner in the epigraph claims are intolerable to Americans are frequently labeled anti-Americanism or un-Americanism. American philanthropic foundations played key roles in combating, quote, anti-Americanism. On the positive front, the foundations promoted the most attractive aspects of American life, values, and institutions. More problematically, however, and especially during the Cold War, American foundations fought anti-Americanism, as they defined it, by challenging those tendencies within the United States and globally that opposed Americanism, for example, Third World anti-colonial and European nationalist movements. In both sets of activities, the foundations were acting in accord with the expansionist objective of the American state and the East Coast foreign policy establishment. And he, there was this kind of interesting exchange that he had where, hold on, I'll look it up. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit earlier. CC actively promoted the teaching and study of American civilization and values in colleges and universities across the country. A corporation report of 1950, written by Vice President John Garner, noted that students were being educated in a, quote, moral vacuum, in which values were being learned in a rote fashion, lacking the conviction needed to engage in superpower competition. Gardner aimed to use Carnegie funds to explore how college students could be made more conscious of their national values, as they may have to defend them tenaciously, given ideological, economic, and perhaps military conflict. Wisdom of policy, economic vigor, and military might can carry us far, but no one doubts in the ultimate test we shall have to seek our strength in the hearts and minds of the American people. It is clear that because the corporation lamented inadequate levels of appreciation and felt intensity of American values, it chose to approve University American Studies programs most likely to lead to an appreciation of U.S. civilization, arts and humanities, and shied away from the more critical social scientific disciplines. One of the problems Gardner noted was tendency in American education to promote overly rationalist and positivistic ways of understanding values. Values were things learned through value neutrality, not lived. In fact, non-rational considerations are much closer to the heart of the issue than rational, reasoned, and knowledge-based ones. In this regard, Gardner overlooked the fact that Carnegie had championed the virtues of rational, positivistic social science methods for decades. Gardner conceded that promoting a narrow idea of, quote, America would play into the McCarthyites' hands. We must insist that the term Americanism does not achieve its greatest utility as a cloak for one's own prejudices. We must assert that irresponsible, i.e. McCarthyite, use of the term un-American is intolerable, as it divides Americans and leaves them confused as to the identity of their true enemies. Controversially, Gardner was convinced that there were, ideologies which Americans cannot tolerate. Political devices and points of view to which Americans must declare themselves eternally hostile. The only criticism Gardner received for this conclusion as head of a, quote, liberal philanthropic organization was from the preeminent student of attitude formation, Gordon W. Allport, for whom the red flag of danger went up. He inquired whether there really are thoughts that we can't have as Americans. Allport suggested to Gardner that he alter the wording, acknowledging that Gardner was indeed on the side of the angels. Gardner reformulated his conclusion thus: there are indeed ideologies which are incompatible with the system of values we would like to think of as American. Gardner claimed that he certainly had not meant that America go in for some kind of thought control, yet the implication is quite clear, and was even so to a friend of the corporation.
Yikes! Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
that is thought control. Yeah. Certain things are just you cannot. As we see now.
Well, even if you can think them, you certainly are not going to get any of these places to fund them. You're not going to get. So. Yeah. So they. This chapter goes over the funding the clandestine anti-communist Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was, I think, exposed in the late 60s as being a CIA front, but I think some of the Ford Foundation heads even today will bristle at. I think they quoted some op-ed from later on that was talking about bringing back kind of Congress of Cultural Freedom stuff, and it was unfairly smeared as a CIA front back in the 60s, but actually it was awesome, but that's an example of them being extra sneaky and basically funding all of these intellectuals, writers, artists, etc. Even some who are kind of leftist, but as long as they were anti-Soviet, right, and anti-authoritarian, then they could be used. His account of the whole thing being exposed and rolled up is pretty good because he talks about how basically it was not super explicit in the Rock Hill book, which also talked about this, but it really goes into basically how the Ford Foundation just took it over directly from the CIA, really, they just basically the same people just kind of manage his transition, and
they
was
changed
all
the
just
name
kind of
after it got exposed. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and it was just kind of a pretense,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Talks
like
about the
the you know like
Salzburgs
the for the even for the people like involved, like people knew, but they were still willing to work with it under like the alleged like new management, which wasn't really wasn't really new management in any meaningful way.
Yeah, because it's just more CIA than CIA people running all of it.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. Yeah, the CCF which received important support from Ford's Board of Trustees, which was packed with former CIA and OSS members, in addition to Marshall planners and members of the U.S. High Commission in Germany, including John J. McCloy. The relationship with the CIA, CCF, and numerous other opponents of communism and anti-Americanism was close, enduring, and smooth. The only disagreements were over whether Ford should act as a conduit for CIA funds and over ways in which Ford could continue to fund CCF but not be publicly seen to be supporting a CIA initiative.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
right, like they were like deeply embedded with like basically like the State Department and the CIA and the intelligence community in general, but they were always like just kind of trying to like obfuscate it, you know, but they like totally knew what they were doing.
Yeah. This is a huge way of like basically fostering the right wing of the Labour Party in Britain. Right, that was one of like the CCF's big things.
Right.
This is kind of sus that they wanted to. Let's see, what did it say here? Yeah, therefore, because of Labor's quote anti-Americanism, therefore CCF fostered the right wing of the Labor Party and movement.
Yeah.
Including all these guys. CCF's Milan conference in 1955 provided these labor leaders, all MPs, and Gaitskell, set to become Labor's leader later the same year, a chance to build alliances with European, quote, moderate socialists and even with the reformist wing of the U.S. Democratic Party, as represented by such luminaries as J.K. Galbraith and Arthur Schlesinger Jr. So like basically the biggest fucking like aristocratic insider type people possible.
Yeah.
John Kenneth Galbraith, the irony lord, writing the report, like ghostwriting the report from, what was it, Iron Mountain or Stone Mountain? We talked about it in the last Q&A
report
episode.
from Iron Mountain.
Yeah, report from Iron Mountain.
Report from Stone Mountain.
Where he's just like, LOL, like it might be real, boop, like I'm a little jester. Yeah, so J.K. Galbraith, I guess, was deep up in the CCF milieu, and he was like a role model of kind of the Zoran of his time. Of you can meet such heckin' luminaries as J.K. Galbraith. But anyways, let's see.
Yeah.
There were Bilderbergers were in the CCF.
Yeah, I noticed the Bilderberger came up.
One reference to it.
Yeah.
It was Shepard Stone whom Dennis Healy conducted preliminary negotiations at a Bilderberg meeting in 1954 that led to Ford's funding the new London-based Institute of Strategic Studies. Ford provided $150,000 over 3 years to the new think tank, which supported the Atlantic Alliance and boosted right-wing Labor Party ideas favoring nuclear weapons and the American-led NATO. It therefore provided intellectual and political support to opposing the left-wing, quote, anti-American forces in the labor movement.
And they won. They certainly won, because look
sure
at the
did.
Labor Party now.
Right.
Yeah.
Just the Epstein's pals. Mandelson, Starmer tapping in today, sending troops to the Middle East today. They're wonderful. We got the Iraq War out of it. Britpop, I guess, credit where credit's due. They engineered Britpop, but the Spice Girls, I guess. But, mostly bad record. So, yeah. Yeah, so of course that's just one sus chapter. Then it kind of goes on to like talk about like the case studies of like 3 different countries. Right?
The Indonesia chapter is good. He talks about like the beautiful Berkeley boys in this whole situation, and David Ransom's like accusations against the Ford Foundation and the left wing magazine Ramparts, right?
Yeah,
so,
which I think I want to like clarify, but because some of these names, like all these, so many of these magazines got like exposed for being like CIA funded or whatever. Like from everything I've read about Ramparts, like originally Ramparts might have actually been like based, but then I think like they either ran out of money or like they sold it or other people took it over in the early 70s, and that's when you had people like future right winger David Horowitz, right? Mm-hmm. Who didn't his son found Anderson Horowitz with Mark Anderson? I think he did. That's actually such a weird connection. Like, you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if they were based at one point and they became like good, or sorry, like and then they became bad, or like they became like Ramparts revealed links to the CIA and the National Student Association in 1967. So they were kind of like exposed the CIA at
That's
first.
What I'm saying. Yeah, it was an obscure liberal Catholic magazine, but it was kind of run by like an eccentric Warren Hinkle, the guy with the eye patch. I mean, like, he was kind of like friends with like Paul Krasner and like people like that, but I do feel like he was like, relatively speaking, like, I mean, I don't think anything's ever come out, but I do feel like after they got sort of like taken over, let me see, because they just shut down in 1975. But it actually, like, it produced so many people, like staffers at Ramparts, like Jan Wenner, who founded Rolling Stone with Ralph Gleason. They both worked at Ramparts.
It might have changed when Warren Hinkle took over as editor. Who converted it to a monthly news magazine and moved to San Francisco. And he added former FBI agent William W. Turner to the staff.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. 3 more people broke off and created Mother Jones in 1976. At Scanlan's Monthly, editor Warren Hinkle, any relation, paired Hunter S. Thompson and illustrator Ralph Steadman for what is widely regarded as the first example of gonzo journalism. Bob Scheer later became like the left, right, and center NPR guy. James Ridgway also went to Mother Jones. David Horowitz, Saul Stern, and Peter Collier all became like, they like left the left eventually and became like right-wing freaks. After a while. Oh my God, Britt Hume was the magazine's Washington correspondent for a brief time. Damn. Wow, yeah, and along with Eldridge Cleaver, who also later became a conservative Republican and a Mormon.
I mean, whatever the case of Ramparts, this one guy, David Ransom, did publish in Ramparts this article, claiming that Ford, along with the Rockefeller Foundation and the American state, had consciously used his Indonesia program to train anti-Sukarno economists and social scientists, cadres of leaders who would run Indonesia once Sukarno got out. The expose generated some concern within Ford, leading to the compilation of documents rebutting the claims. This section considers Ransom's claims and Ford's stated aims and programs to determine the degree to which Ford constructed an anti-Sukarno elite in Indonesia. Ford funded this program with grants of $2.5 million from 1956 to 1962 to assist in the economic development of Indonesia. It aimed to do this in part by dispersing funds to, quote, develop a faculty of economics and a staff of related experts consisting of Indonesian citizens, and by constructing an enhanced body of scientific knowledge and understanding of Indonesian institutions at the University of California, Berkeley. Ford officials felt that the almost total lack of trained economists hampered both Indonesian development and American competence and knowledge of that society's dynamics and institutions. Consequently, Ford wanted to build collaboration between Berkeley economists and UI faculty, in addition to providing doctoral fellowships to Indonesians at Berkeley, MIT, and Cornell. Ford planning documents show that the foundation officials and trustees fully recognized that Ford-trained Indonesian economists would be of great influence in the shaping of Indonesia's economic institutions in the future. Indeed, it was acknowledged that by 1958, quote, the project has become increasingly associated with the internal development of Indonesia. Although Ford's projects were justified in terms of increasing knowledge and understanding, it is clear that this knowledge was to be put to particular use for, quote, the development of leadership cadres that would be well placed, quote, no matter what turn the political crisis may take. What Ransom claims was that, Ford sought to replace the old Dutch colonial elite with a pliable, U.S.-oriented Indonesian elite. In short, Ford represented the new American imperialism in world affairs. In this view, Sukarno was far too anti-American, left-wing, and pro-communist to be a vehicle for American interests. Instead, the U.S. preferred the upper-class leaders of the Socialist Party of Indonesia, especially Sumitro and Sujartmoko, both of whom favored opening up Indonesia to foreign corporations. In 1957, Sumitro fled to Singapore after an SPI and Islamic rebel army organized uprising, of which he was a leading figure, failed to dislodge Sukarno. After Sukarno, however, Sumitra was elevated to Minister of Trade in what Ransom calls the, quote, modernist restoration, which was achieved not with U.S. troops, but within the hallowed private institutions of U.S. academia and philanthropy. Most controversially, Ransom claims that Ford's head of international training and research programs, John Howard, told him in an interview that, quote, Ford felt it was training the guys who would be leading the country when Sukarno got out. Finally, Ransom claims that 2 leading American academics who objected to Ford's programs had protested and resigned. Then he gives this evidence about the beautiful Berkeley boys, quote, The University of California, Berkeley / University of Indonesia Program of Cooperation in Economics, Business Administration, and Related Social Sciences began in July 1956 and continued until 1962. The initial grant for $500,000 was split between the 2 universities, with Berkeley receiving $300,000. UI was to spend the grant on fellowships Indonesians to study at U.S. universities, principally Berkeley, Yale, and Cornell, and on improving its research facilities in economics. Sumitro, the dean of UI's Faculty of Economics, emphasized Indonesia's need for educated and skilled researchers with doctorates, in a nation with just 15 PhDs for a population of 80 million people. From Berkeley's perspective, the project aimed at, quote, research, education, training, and related activities designed to strengthen the Indonesian economy, enhance the standards of Indonesian administration, and to improve the scientific study and understanding of Indonesian society. Such objectives were in line with the Ford Foundation's own ideas and those of leading Indonesian economists such as Sumitro. It was a program that sought radically to reorganize the Indonesian institution's internal administration and develop university advisory and consultative services to industry and government. Berkeley agreed to provide several faculty collaborators in general economics and fiscal affairs, industrial and business economics, agricultural economics and rural sociology, and social economics and general sociology. In the collaborative process, Berkeley would gain further field study experience and comparative analytical understanding and strengthen its specialized knowledge of Indonesian economy and society. In turn, UI would receive funding for its economics and social science programs. Even more, U.S. assistance would permit the university structure of Indonesia to play a more stimulating role in rendering service to the developing economy and society. The head of Berkeley's group in Jakarta was Professor Leonard A. Doyle. The project appeared to work successfully, in general, and was renewed in 1958 for a further 2 years. By 1959 to 1960, there were 21 UI graduate students on Berkeley-managed programs in the United States, 16 at Berkeley, 2 at Stanford, 2 at UCLA, and 1 at Columbia. A further 10 students arrived in the summer of 1960. The annual report for 1959 to 1960 stated that the quality of Indonesian students' research and writing skills based on expert field staff supervision was greatly improved. And I'll skip down a little bit, but, they kind of, they made changes to the curriculum. The Ford Foundation believed economics was a science based on value-free facts, research, and logic, and was oriented to policy and action. It is clear that Ford's programs at UI were consciously designed to Americanize the institution through a program of modernization. In a context that took fully into account the balance of political forces in Indonesia, including the strengths and weaknesses of the president, the army, and the communist and general attitudes to the United States, Ford reports refer constantly to the Indonesian state's attempts to indoctrinate educators with appropriate political principles by, quote, introducing Eastern socialist teachers, sending students to the Soviet Union, and by creating a climate within which U.S.-trained Indonesians had to, quote, go to some pains to show freedom from influence by American training. Conversely, Ford's Americanizing programs are referred to as, quote, progressive, quote, influential, and self-evidently, quote, good, and, quote, moderate. They really are the buzzword moderate has been with us for a long time. In a 1961 status report on foundation programs, Ford referred to as evidence of, quote, moderation that the Indonesian government voiced support for private enterprise. Returning Ford fellows were referred to as influential and, quote, self-assertive, beginning to influence their institutions along good lines. Indeed, their demands were considered, quote, encouragingly critical of the Indonesian status quo. Returning Ford fellows were, quote, making demands for change and progress. As a body, they were, quote, a small but potentially strategic body of qualified, trained leadership and education, without which Indonesia would be the worse. Without Ford funding, Breston claims that there would have been no economic miracle in Indonesia. So yeah, a lot of them went back to loyally join the faculty at UI. There was, I'm looking for the part that you were talking about before, because I feel like that's one part we definitely need to read from this chapter where,
which part?
where they talk about the massacre. I think I have.
Oh, right. Yeah, everyone's just like so happy and upbeat about it.
Yeah, moderate. Page 144, and I guess the massacre is on 145. Yeah, so I'll go to 144. So, according to Peter Dale Scott, some of the long-term recipients of Ford Foundation funding, including student groups, were deeply involved with the Indonesian military, whose self-image had increasingly developed to encompass a leading political role in national affairs. In particular, groups that had played a role in the failed CIA-sponsored rebellion of 1958 were mobilized in the 1960s by the Army's, quote, civic action programs. The right-wing Islamic Masjumi Party and its allied Socialist Party of Indonesia, led by Sumitro, were also backed by the CIA to the tune of several $1 million. Some SPI intellectuals and their associates in the Army were also in close contact with Guy Palker, an academic at Berkeley and RAND consultant. Palker was openly advocating that the Army, quote, take full responsibility for Indonesia's future, take on the PKI, and, quote, strike, sweep their house clean. Palker, a vehement anti-communist, was among the scholars who taught Army officers at CESCAUD, counterinsurgency, economics, and administration. In an article of 1967, Palker hailed the students who had led the protests in Jakarta and noted Sukarno's closure of the University of Indonesia after staunch student opposition to his administration. Scott suggests that the Army began to, quote, operate virtually as a parastate, independent of Sukarno's government. This training program was entrusted to officers and civilians close to PSI. U.S. officials have confirmed that the civilians, who themselves were in a training program funded by the Ford Foundation, became involved in what the then U.S. military attaché called contingency planning to prevent a PKI takeover. Interestingly, in light of such close collaboration with Ford scholars, the Indonesian Army's territorial organization had developed an infrastructure that included close liaisons with religious and cultural organizations, youth groups, trade unions, and peasant organizations, and local and regional political parties, organizations and groups remarkably similar to those studied by George Cahin's Cornell UI group. Indeed, one leading Cornell group alumnus, Selo Somarjan, was closely involved in the liaison. Scott concludes that these political liaisons with civilian groups provided the structure for the ruthless suppression of the PKI in 1965, including the bloodbath. How did this, quote, moderate military elite rise to power in Indonesia, according to Ford's own internal reports? Suharto's accession to power followed a, quote, attempted communist coup on September 30th, 1965, a claim that remains contested. Another Ford report in Indonesia, summarizing developments from 1953 to 1969, does not mention the violence associated with the military takeover, though it contains numerous references to the shortcoming of the Sukarno period. For example, the period is referred to as one of, quote, political hooliganism, threats and abuses, abusive rejection of Western assistance, as leaving scars from a, quote, long period of political repression, as, quote, marked by destructive influences, and, quote, almost uninterrupted state of instability, and, quote, with inherent administrative weakness. The one reference to the coup in this particular Ford report merely notes that the coup was staged and put down 90 days after Ford's offices closed in Jakarta. Within 8 weeks, however, quote, the new government and the foundation formalized a new assistance project. Important matters were being given attention in Indonesia. The massacre of hundreds of thousands of communists, quote-unquote communists, did not warrant even a footnote. Perhaps Ford merely wanted to move on with business and not dwell on the past. This argument is undermined by the numerous and constant references to the Sukarno period as noted above. On returning to Ford's reopened office in Jakarta, Miller noted that it was, quote, my privilege witnessing the shaping of affairs under General Suharto's new order, seeing the impressive achievements. Miller, however, had returned to Jakarta in April 1966, a year before the Ford office reopened. His commentary on what he observed there is instructive. Miller noted in a letter to New York, which was passed on to McGeorge Bundy, Ford's president, that, quote, Indonesia is vastly different, end quote. The people, quote, this is like, will really remind you, I think, of what, we're seeing now with Iran. Mm-hmm. The people, quote, now feel that they are masters of their own souls. The country is violently anti-communistic. There is an atmosphere of sustained holiday spirit and exhilaration over the change, a virtual worship of the young people who have been forcing all elements against the Sukarno clique and regime. Miller was struck by the virtual hilarity over the liquidation of several 100,000 feral countrymen. The estimate given to me by more than one credible Indonesian was 400,000.
The hilarity?
Yes. The hilarity.
Yeah, LOL, I guess.
Yes. Indonesians, in Miller's experience, had never before known, quote, as much freedom in critical judgments of Sukarno and his policies, end quote. Suharto, conversely, was enjoying, quote, extraordinary, solid, and enthusiastic popular support, end quote. There is neither the merest hint of criticism nor condemnation of the killing of 400,000 quote-unquote communists. Miller provides only a picture of happiness and freedom previously unseen. Ford can do business with a new order, as Miller rapidly reports in the rest of his letter, although some, including the former U.S. ambassador to Indonesia, Howard P. Jones, estimate that 1 million leftists were massacred. The figure of 450,000 to 500,000 is accepted by the Suharto regime. In addition, almost 1.5 million leftists were imprisoned after the annihilation of the Indonesian Communist Party. A leading role in the anti-communist massacre was played by students of the University of Indonesia, using the campus as their base, as Miller noted. One of Ford's Indonesian economists, Sojiatmoko, told Miller that Ford's investment at UI had really paid off in the past few months.
Jesus.
I'm enjoying the trip. Hope all's well in New York.
Oh,
is how
my
Miller's letter to head office ended, echoing the views of the American government. Bresnan, conversely, claims that, quote-unquote, informed opinion was unaware of the scale of killing, despite Miller's contemporaneous report and close relationship with Bresnan. Well...
yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, sus anthropology, stay winning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so they were really not bothered by that. Mission accomplished, I guess.
Yeah. And despite the allegedly enthusiastic popular support, apparently, one of Miller's, sort of recommendations in a report to McGeorge Bundy was that they needed to strengthen, the new regime to prevent Sukarno from reemerging. Therefore, some tactfully conveyed encouragement to them might be crucial at this stage. Any efforts of our government now to establish contact informally and at any appropriate place inside or outside Indonesia might be worthwhile. So you can see how they are, like, obviously the whole idea that they are like this apolitical, force that's just there to like promote learning is insane. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, somebody said in the chat that Eldridge Cleaver also became a Moonie for a little while.
Interesting.
At some point, maybe in the 70s. Yeah. I found an old article about, I think it's from 1969, about ramparts. The history, we could do a whole episode actually on ramparts. It's so weird. It's actually so weird. And in like a weird irony, I don't know if they were directly like they attacked like the Ford Foundation for being used as a CIA front, but according to this article I found, like Warren Hinkle, like he met Robert Scheer, I forget when this was, 1964, like the first expose article about the Vietnam War that they published, that they got attention for, was based on a pamphlet that Robert Scheer had written under a grant from the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, which is funded by the Ford Foundation. And then Hinkle went and like rewrote it and made it like flashy. And it was published in July 1965 and was Rampart's first splashy expose. And then Bob Scheer joined the staff. It was supposed to be kind of like a independent Catholic, like social justice magazine, but then a very mysterious billionaire or an heir pops up in 1967 named Frederick Cleveland Mitchell. I found his obituary. I'm just gonna leave it at that. This guy just comes out of nowhere because Ramparts was having financial problems and is like, I'll give you guys like a bunch of money for my inheritance to like keep it going for like a X number of years, and he ended up buying it. I think. Let's just see. Frederick Mitchell was born in Erie, Pennsylvania, graduated from the Phillips Academy in Exeter, New Hampshire, and Yale University, where he was a member of St. Anthony's Hall, and then served in the Navy, reaching the rank of lieutenant, and then moved to Berkeley in 1960, and then inherited lots of money from his grandfather, and bankrolled Ramparts from 1967, at least through the early 70s. Folks, Phillips Academy, Yale, random guy just pops up. I don't know. We're gonna have to circle back one day. Was this a kind of a Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man, like Ford Foundation attacking another thing that was like kind of funded by the Ford Foundation. I don't know.
Was it like clearly Ford Foundation linked, or is it like just like kind of had a mysterious benefactor?
Well, I guess you would say that Robert Scheer, like when he met Warren Hinkle, who is the editor of Ramparts, like he had written a pamphlet that like he had gotten a grant from the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, which was a creature of the like a total creature of the Ford Foundation. Kind of their woo-woo left one, the one that Joan Didion wrote about. So he had gotten a grant from the CSDI to write. Okay, but like the thing the article is about is like weird. It's about a bunch of like how it says the pamphlet described the machinations and interests of a group of powerful men who he claimed promoted the Vietnam War. They ranged from Joseph Kennedy and Cardinal Spellman to the New York promotion expert Harold Orem. Hinkle took the pamphlet and rewrote it. So it's like it almost sounds like these Catholics are like plotting to like make the Vietnam War happen. I don't know. And so like, that kind of announced their opposition to the Vietnam War.
Okay.
There's a lot. Like there's so many famous cameos. People started their careers here, and then there's like this weird like rich like third generation like WASP that just like drops in and is like, I want to like buy the magazine and fund it just because like I like it. And he said something along the lines of let's see. There was a choice quote in this. Yeah, Mr. Mitchell became involved in publishing Ramparts, this is his obituary, the Radical Monthly, in 1967. He brought a large capital infusion to the project, taking over as publisher from its founder, Edward M. Keating, an Atherton attorney. Quote from Mitchell, I want Ramparts to embrace the so-called conservative movement as well as the radical world, he said at the time. Interesting. Right. So I guess Hinkle left in 1970, and then I think that's when all these like future neocon people kind of took over running it, like David Horowitz. That makes
sense.
Yeah. And then from 1970 on, they were kind of maybe a little bit less. I remember finding some stuff they'd written about the SLA. They definitely like fell for it. You know, of like the left has lost its mind, right? Like we found stuff like of like Ramparts, like kind of, you know, like basically saying, which is like, okay, yeah, the SLA, like, yes, they were being like sickos and they shot Marcus Foster. It was fucked up. But like the idea of like the left overall needs to like, they need to be gut. And it's like, this is like an MK Ultra, like Gladio fucking like Phoenix program, like PSYOP. Anyways, I think Horowitz.
I feel like we don't have. Oh, sorry.
Anyways, he is the father of Anderson Horowitz. By the way. So, anyways, that's all sus. We'll come back to that one day.
I feel like we don't have like that much time to do like the Nigeria chapter, even though it is like kind of interesting, and it sort of talks about how like you know, I mean, it might be good to actually like read some of it, like you know, maybe just like the conclusion, because it is kind of like interesting. So it talks about how like you know, the sort of development of African studies, right? And like one of the big elements of this chapter is how like they basically like made sure that African studies was like centered in like largely white institutions and kind of like froze out like,
of, like,
you know,
Howard,
historically black colleges,
right?
So the evidence above shows a clear continuity of the Foundation's domestic and foreign strategies, a smoothly continuous approach to African studies at home and to Africa itself, undergirded by elitist, racial, and imperial assumptions. A globally hegemonic mindset is revealed in the Foundation's funding strategies, with the state-private networks central to its realization. Retaining Nigeria in the Western camp and contributing to European recovery and strength took priority over poverty alleviation or improving mass living standards. Equally, it is clear the Nigerian political class fully supported this approach principally because they were its main beneficiaries. That political class, a class-based ethno-political settlement and federated political system with clearly demarcated but always contested lines of regional and central revenue raising and collection, was consciously fostered by the colonialists in the 1950s, and in the case of tribal chiefs who predominated in the northern region much earlier, and then by U.S. interests, both official and private. Given the strategic and ideological interests in Africa, the Foundation's knowledge requirements were skewed toward information for influence and control rather than the lofty goals of quote-unquote development. Or rather, the components of quote-unquote development that favored some degree of social progress, greater levels of equality, welfare, and the like, which would affect most immediately mass living standards and life chances, were easily postponed or jettisoned, while core goals of development, quote, such as the maintenance of a pro-free market modernizing elite, regardless of its levels of corruption and violence, were advanced. In the writing of Nigeria's National Development Plan, Stolper, with full support of the Nigerian political class, dismissed social considerations as quote-unquote economic nonsense. The outcomes of foundation funding and other Western funding were that Nigeria remains in the Western camp because its pro-American political and knowledge networks, despite failure adequately to develop the country, proved resilient. Despite their failure to achieve the ends for which it was claimed they were established, foundation networks continued to form the basis of Nigerian planning and educational development. Networks as ends, but also as means to unstated ends. Similarly, at home, Africanist networks remained very strong and useful as they created legitimate knowledge of the kind of Africa that U.S. strategic interests wanted and needed to produce, while ignoring other realities in Africa and other knowledge creators on Africa in the United States. U.S. strategic interests wanted an Africa that was dependent, backward, helpless, and devoid of initiative and ideas. Yeah. Only with foreign, mainly American intervention would Nigeria and Nigerians achieve their full potential and achieve, quote-unquote, takeoff in Rostowian terms. Gramscian perspective on the role and influence of the major foundations is therefore upheld. They were engaged in developing and implementing a hegemonic project involving the state, corporations, and intellectual elites fostered by the major foundations. There is little evidence of the foundations as part of an independent, quote-unquote, third sector beyond big business and the American state and outside politics and ideology. Knowledge is not neutral. It is thoroughly immersed in the struggle to define the world in particular ways that serve specific interests and not others. That is why the foundations were so particular about the kinds of people and institutions they chose to support or to consign to the margins. Indeed, this was precisely the case in regard to foundation activities in Indonesia, as shown in Chapter 5, and was the case in what is hubristically known as Uncle Sam's quote-unquote backyard, specifically Chile, which is the subject of the next chapter. And I feel like the Chile chapter might be like, you know, a good one to kind of focus on, because you like really see like, I feel like this angle on like the situation in Chile, like is kind of an underexplored one, you know, and you really kind of do see like the weaponization of this kind of like elite capture that you see, and through even like the foundation, like cultivation of, the sort of intelligentsia in a country.
Yeah, and even I like that he emphasizes a lot that they kind of funded a spectrum. Like they did obviously push the Chicago boys and like that kind of, I think through like the Catholic University down there, they really like seeded like compatible people that had kind of subscribed to like the U Chicago free market stuff. But they also funded a spectrum of maybe the more like centrist, what do they call them? Like the developmentalist kind of people that still kind of adhered to like the, you know, like import substitution, like internal development, that kind of thing, you know, which is very popular like in the global South, in the developing world, like up in, you know, until like the 80s. And then I feel like the IMF, the World Bank, a lot of and these foundations really kind of like disciplined it out of people as like not the way to go, you know. And I think it says here, there's one aspect of this matter that requires exploration if one is fully to understand the effect of American foundations on Chile. The fact that, alongside funding free market economics thinking, they also funded the economists of the, quote, center and left who championed ECLA's ideas. The funding of centrist and leftist, i.e. statist economists, in the long run, maintained and developed cadres who would eventually replace the Chicago boys in Chile once political democracy was restored in the 1990s. So it's kind of funny, like they trained kind of like, they backed a certain spectrum of horses, but like also this spectrum, let's see. A little further down, he says, the key point is both schools of economists, both the more statist and then like the Chicago ones, both schools favored by American foundations, were part of a spectrum of economic beliefs featuring important overlaps. Only the most extreme elements of the Chicago boys rejected the state in its entirety, and hardly any of the funded, quote, statist economists rejected the market or a significant role for private capital. Additionally, and highly significantly, the foundations were interested in promoting the most technocratically minded leftist and centrist economists, and consistently promoted the virtues of, quote, apolitical research and scholarship. This, then, is the quote-unquote pluralism that the foundation sought to promote in Chile and Latin America, a predominantly free market-oriented capitalism versus a more state-driven capitalism.
Yeah.
Beyond that left-center-right spectrum lay Cuba, backed by world communism. That was, quote, beyond the pale, as would be expected. So yeah, the like absolute like nobody was allowed to like look at Cuba as a model for anything. Like that was fucking off the table completely.
Yeah.
But they created a kind of compatible left, and then they had the kind of more right wing neoliberal forces, and they were able to kind of keep like sort of like rescue enough of the more statist people of that spectrum and like sort of keep them around long enough to then be like the people that succeeded Pinochet in the 90s, like back when they got democracy back. Then it's like these other Ford Foundation people, like the other wing gets tagged in, and then like they get to do a little tweak, but like it's still kind of the same game, like more or less.
Yeah. Yeah, he even uses the term like complementarity to kind of talk about this. Yeah. Along with the strength of dependency theory and policies in Latin America, the Cuban Revolution, combined with the activities of Che Guevara, inspired in American elite circles a fear of the expansion of communist power even further into America's backyard. It forms the essential backdrop to any understanding of the era and the mindsets of the American foreign policy establishment. Pluralism, then, was a concept that could not include certain political forces and tendencies. Its underlying base was a capitalistic economy with an appropriate mix of state and private initiative, but with complete opposition to Cuban-style socialist expropriation of the means of production. The other related point is that American foundations were quote-unquote forced to sponsor statist economics because of the general consensus, including within the business communities and especially in Chile, around the necessity of the state's role in industrialization strategies. Hence, Ford and Rockefeller foundations backed both major universities in Santiago, Catholic and the University of Chile, in a self-conscious strategy of complementarity in institutional development. By the late 1980s and 1990s, of course, many leftists the world over had abandoned as untenable many of their ideological/political attachments to statism and embraced a watered-down version of market economics, particularly in the conditions of globalization. This helps explain the rightward shift to privatization of President Fernando Henrique Cardoso in Brazil, a former leftist center dependista. In short, the ideological spectrum of beliefs in regard to economic policy and strategy had narrowed from the 1970s to choices between variations of market capitalism with a, quote, enabling state rather than an interventionist one. The long-term consequences of foundation-sponsored economics in Chile and Latin America more generally, conditioned by changing political circumstances, economic and financial crises, and the onset of globalization, were significantly to marginalize socialist options and narrow the range of economic strategies to choices between capitalist market strategies. U.S. foundations sustained a strong, largely centrist, internationally connected counter-hegemonic intellectual political network in Chile that gradually came to accept the neoliberal model with a social dimension in the late 1980s. Yeah.
It's a dialect. They know dialectics.
They do.
They can just guide it with a light, with a subtle touch.
They know dialectics. Yeah.
They do. They do. They're very much operating as a kind of like vanguard. Sometimes you say like in a way like the CIA is like the vanguard party of like the ruling class. But so are the foundations just as much, I think, and like the line's blurry between those two. But you can see that they're elevating people with their money and kind of bringing them in and like socially conditioning them, engineering them to be like compatible operators of like capitalist economics, and they're kind of like they're cutting out anybody along the way that is beyond the pale, who looks up to Cuba, which like probably was more than a few people in Latin America at the time. I think that fear was probably like somewhat well placed, that there was obvious appeal to like sharing the wealth of society instead of what the fuck happened instead. Because you still ultimately have to like trick everybody into accepting a thing that's like not in most people's like best interest. These approaches to like, Chile became like a laboratory for neoliberal economics, and I don't think it went that well. Obviously.
No.
but they managed to kill off like that, plus like Operation Condor and like all these like right wing dictatorships like giving helicopter rides and mass murdering leftists. Like after about 20 years of that, then like even though the neoliberal stuff didn't work out, we killed all the communists. So like, and then everyone else has been like conditioned to see this as like the spectrum of possibility. So you can't go beyond a kind of like market soc dem, like center left kind of thing. It's just like unthinkable to anybody in politics or in economics. It's not serious,
Yeah. I thought this part was kind of interesting. The part is kind of about the development of Latin American studies in the United States, right? So, driven principally by concerns internal to the United States, the rise and development of Latin American studies has been sporadic and unsystematic, depending on federal and foundation funding levels. Interestingly, however, the Latin American Studies Association, LASA, founded in 1965 in the wake of the exposure of, quote, Project Camelot, was an organization critical of close academic state links and association. Equally interesting is that LASA's first president was Kalman Silvert, who shortly thereafter joined the Ford Foundation as its Latin American program advisor. Silvert, a sociologist, was deeply involved in the foundation's programs in Chile and in the post-military coup hand-wringing that Santiago field officers engaged in. Silvert represents a, quote, extreme liberal position on the military coup and the role of the Ford Foundation as an American organization in Chile. Later in this chapter, a detailed analysis is conducted on the extremely difficult position such liberals found themselves in after September 11, 1973, how they charted a way forward that was to yield results once the military regime permitted a transition to political democracy. Americans' interest in the lands of the South, whether they called it Spanish America, Hispanic America, or from the middle of the 19th century, Latin America, began early. He goes on talking about obviously U.S. imperialism in our own hemisphere, etc., for a while. Helen Delpar provides compelling evidence of the conscious buildup by the federal government and private foundations of Latin American studies from the late 1950s. Under the 1958 National Defense Education Act, NDEA, the federal government undertook to provide up to 50% of the cost of language-based area studies centers. In the mid-1960s, NDEA funds to the tune of over $300,000 sustained centers of Latin American studies, including at UCLA, Texas, Tulane, Florida, and Columbia. Other federal sources included the Fulbright-Hays Act, National Endowment for the Humanities, National Science Foundation, USAID, and the Department of Defense. The funds were for a variety of purposes, including graduate language training, research travel, doctoral and postdoctoral fellowships, and conferences across the humanities and social sciences. Although the Carnegie Corporation was most active in Latin American studies in the 1950s, it gave way to the far larger Ford Foundation by the 1960s. Nevertheless, CC granted almost $500,000 to fund research and training at Cornell and to ACLS SSRC to improve research on Latin America. The Joint Committee on Latin American Studies was formed at the request of ACLS SSRC in 1959 to advance field research, assisting 55 individuals over a 5-year period. Network building was a key concern of the Joint Committee, both among Latin Americanists in the United States and between them and their counterparts in the region. Sponsoring a survey of the field by Carl Spaeth of Stanford's Law School, Ford guaranteed $1 million in 1962 to build academic networks lubricated by faculty interchange between selected institutions, including UC Berkeley in Los Angeles, Harvard, Columbia, Texas, and Minnesota. In 1963, a further $1.5 million went to fund postdoctoral researchers, additional research materials at the Library of Congress, training library specialists, and Latin American studies programs generally, and at Cornell, which received $550,000. Millions more were invested by Ford and other Latin American programs at Florida, Texas, Stanford, Tulane, and Wisconsin, as well as at the Brookings Institution, the Joint Committee. The latter received between 1963 and 1971 $1.3 million, making it the primary foundation vehicle for channeling assistance to Latin American studies. Inevitably, Latin Americanists developed a journal for their field, Latin American Research Review, and a national organization, the Latin American Studies Association, with full Ford Foundation support. The theme, Expanded Knowledge Networks for Expanding Power, is continued in a later report. Report 000100 of the Ford Foundation gives a very good summary of the core aims of the Foundation and social science programs in regard to Latin America, and is worth quoting at length. There are strong echoes of the same concerns as expressed in the case of Africa and African studies. A memorandum by Reynold E. Carlson, a professor of economics at Vanderbilt and Johns Hopkins Universities, Ford's associate director of Latin American programs and a U.S. ambassador to Colombia from 1966 to 1969, provides a hard-nosed reading of Ford's core concerns. He shows the scale of Ford's support for the social sciences in Latin America from 1960 to 66. 25%, just over 13 million of almost 53 million of all Ford's funding in the region went to social sciences between 60 and 65. Of that, 37%, 4.75 million, was allocated to economics. He shows that several centers of excellence have been funded across the region in several countries, including Getulio Vargas Foundation and the Faculty of Economics at the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, also funded by USAID, and the universities of Buenos Aires, Cordoba, and Tucumán in Argentina. Therefore, he laments the dearth of sociologists and political scientists as opposed to economists in Latin America. The problem, he argues, is that sociologists are suspect characters at best, adding that in the regional context, they also tend to work within a Marxist frame of reference, making them doubly suspect. Yet, social development is the new frontier, and constituting the increasing integration and participation of all classes in national life, especially as Latin America moves from a traditional agrarian, hierarchical, oligarchic, and paternalistic society into one which is urban, industrial, contractual, and, hopefully, democratic. How can Ford participate in the process and perhaps to a small degree accelerate the transition, particularly its direction and rate of change? Carlson also asks how the process might proceed in an orderly and evolutionary manner, with sufficient flexibility to, quote, accommodate the stresses and strains being generated. Transitions generate tension points that, unless identified at an early stage, will be compounded, generate heat, and create situations which cannot be resolved within existing political and legal institutions. He puts that last part in italics and says emphasis added. The role of the sociologist of development is fourfold. Identify, quote, tension points, quote, isolate the factors contributing to them, devise methods to, quote, eradicate or at least substantially alleviate these tensions, and develop a sense of the cost of such alleviation strategies. Quote, the task of a social scientist is not to offer normative judgments, but to indicate the available solutions and to alert the decision makers of their respective costs, end quote. This is a classic statement of social scientists as apolitical technocrats and is riddled with American assumptions about what constitutes a, quote, good, quote, democratic society, one without suspect Marxists, revolutionary upheavals, and unmanaged disorderly change. In the final part of his memorandum, Carlson suggested that American social scientists needed to collaborate more with their Latin American counterparts because, quote, points of tension are not always available to quantitative analysis, leading to misidentification of tension points and their sources, as well as of alternative solutions to tension resolution. Even, quote, basic research was fundamentally focused on tasks identified above, the lack of adequate social statistics, on population, urbanization, and agrarian reform, for example, meant grave problems in diagnosing social ills with significant political effects. Yeah. This is puts a good kind of a pin on it. Given the focus of Project Camelot on Chile, Carlson's report shows how closely aligned was Ford's thinking with official U.S. state thinking. First, a state-private shared approach to social science as an aid to preserving and advancing American national interests. And second, the conversion of social science as the sources of intelligence ahead of possible future military and other interventions to ensure that societal problems were resolved within the, quote, existing political and legal order in which the United States had strong, well-established vested interests. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's their game.
Yeah.
The house always wins.
Yes.
In this world of foundations. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, and I guess we're running low on time. I think you can definitely see. I'm not sure if there's anything else from this chapter that you wanted to cover. I feel like there's some interesting stuff later on. But
there's good stuff in it. But I definitely recommend this book if you want to get more of the granular, like how they built up like networks of influence and in all three of these countries. To sort of embed
they kind of go into how again it's similar to Indonesia, like about their kind of like knowledge, like their kind of foreknowledge and also like their sort of post knowledge of how they handled the military coup after the fact.
Definitely. And then the final part of the book is about like the sort of shift post 1989. I wish there was a little more like, because I'm sure these foundations were doing something in terms of like the Eastern Bloc, particularly like in the late 80s. That's also when like Soros was really cutting his teeth in targeted philanthropy, right? But he kind of jumps to like the 90s and how it was like this, what was the acronym he used for it? Like democracy, peace theory, or something.
Peace theory, yeah. I think like DPC, democratic peace theory, yeah. Like
democratic peace theory, yeah.
Yeah, like like we read Clinton's speech where he kind of expresses like the sort of original form of democratic peace theory, which is just that like democracies don't attack each other, but they kind of like all like modified that to like, well, democracies can attack each other, so you need to like transition them gradually. I mean, like, it is like, in the context of what like is happening now, you can, I mean, I really recommend this Chile chapter. There's some more that like definitely but yeah, like in the context of what's happening now, you can see how like even like there is kind of, I mean, I'm not sure if like it will actually like work this way, but if you like, kind of the plan almost has been disrupted, and you can kind of see how like this sort of current administration has sort of gone off the plan in a way. But like if you look at like the sort of like approach to Iran that's expressed in the strategy documents from the previous administrations, even Joe Biden's, right? It's always like, it's not like it's dovish or anything, or it's not like it's positive. It's always like, if Iran steps out of line, like we will crush them and destroy them. Like we should like be willing to negotiate with them and like to help them, because like basically the foundation based approach to this, like, or the sort of the way that American soft power has worked, right, has been to kind of cultivate these sort of replacement elites, to come in and like help shepherd your country into like involvement, like in on the international stage, right? To like, and that's kind of what Obama's program was like in 2010, was like to kind of integrate Iran further into the international system, the U.S.-led international order, right? And they do actually kind of have, it's actually kind of like an interesting, a case study in this kind of like mutating, or like a sort of like like this weird sort of like arrested development of this like foundation program. Because like if they had kind of like kept on the Obama trajectory, if it hadn't been really for October 7th, right, like if it hadn't been for like the tearing up of the Iran nuclear deal, right, like if it hadn't been for these disruptions that seem to have been like unforeseen by a lot of these experts, right, like those are two things that they didn't like anticipate necessarily. If it weren't for those two things, the trajectory might be the same. We might have like kind of a reformist president in place in Iran, and we might Khamenei would be dead in a year anyway, probably, and like we who knows who we could get after that. Probably like it could be a more moderate or reformist cleric, right? Then we could sort of slowly start to like thaw relations. And there really is like, like as we were talking about, like the diaspora, the Iranian diaspora, like there are people who obviously are crazy, but there's also people who like have been involved in like the American Academy at like the highest level, right, and the professorate, who were like ready and waiting to go back and like help their country, right, like who would under a different, okay, if it were not like basically a death sentence, right, to go back at this point, right? So they like that kind of replacement like elite.
The Ford Foundation cadres are like, they've been cultivated.
Basically,
and like you could send them in. That would be kind of the like the globalist, this faction, the Foundation factions, like preferred way of dealing with it. But it's funny how and yet then there comes Trump and his faction that start tearing up these plans and start escalating, and then start like performing in a way that's very un-Foundation playbook, and
exactly, kind of like disrupting things, and in a way like the kind of like ascendancy. I mean, obviously there's other factors, but kind of like the ascendancy of like this sort of like please bomb my country diaspora, like monarchy, like fixation. and like Reza Pahlavi in this, like that kind of almost is an echo of like the Trump doctrine in a way, more so than like, you know, the kind of the cultural cachet and the sort of posture that the Iranian diaspora had previously. But it's you know, which was like people like, you know, compare like Abbas Kiarostami, someone like that, you know, or you know, anybody like any of these kind of eminent intellectuals who are from the Iranian diaspora with like kind of the representatives that are being put forward now for like, you know,
the clownishness
the new free
of
Iran.
the crown prince. You
it's
know,
kind of but it's like, so you can kind of see like that there's almost like this sort of like like weird like a aborted a plan having these like consequences, you know, where now we have like this, you know, obviously like fewer people would have died under the foundation plan, so it may have been better, and it may not have you know, worked out as planned either. You know, it might have
that's the thing, like I think it still speaks to the contradiction of the foundation approach to like being an empire, because they're fundamentally lying about what their real purpose is. And like, even though yes, it's like more careful and everything, they're still all like down to resort to violence. And I feel like one thing that maybe they didn't, I don't know how surprised they were by it, but they were so invested in like fucking shit up in Ukraine that it felt like they should have seen the Russian like intervention coming, because like they were trying to do stuff. Like, I mean, you know, you look at USAID and the types of foundations that were supporting Euromaidan, and then the sort of like Sorosite networks that that's like an entire sector of like the sort of urban economy.
I don't think that they were surprised by that. It was like the dirtbag left that was surprised by that, but it
right,
was not
right.
These
I
people,
guess
like,
you're right.
They expected it.
The Dems. Actually, no, that was like at least like immediately before. Remember, that was like Blinken and Biden were like saying Russia was going to do it, and that's why the dirtbag left got negatively polarized into being like, that's so stupid. Brandon's like senile. Like they're totally not going to do that, and then they did. But I mean, that it's like one must include that Brandon and his team were very much on the foundation side. Like I think they wanted they were pushing in that area to kind of like, they were being extra confrontational, you know, with they were kind of maximizing tensions with Russia and kind of they could be kind of like the bad guy in the foundation sort of like center left's like vision of, you know, who we need to stand up to in the world. Like Russia kind of like fit the bill for being like this boogeyman, this anti-open society boogeyman that whereas like the sort of like Trump cowboy faction feels like Iran is like the perfect, you know, target. It's the most satisfying
ultimately
target.
China, but
and they both want to go after China eventually, but I feel like they both of these factions like know that we can't really like do anything head to head with China, and we might lose if we try to do that. So that it's like you need to weaken. I think Trump said it the other day of, oh well, either him or one of his people were like, well, we took over Venezuela, and then if we like take over all the oil and control everything in the Persian Gulf, then when we go to like talk to Xi Jinping, you know, I might have read this in an article or something, there's going to be like, you know, we'll trade you access to the rare earth minerals that China has sort of restricted in exchange for oil, which you need, and we'll make a deal, we'll have leverage, you know, like we'll cut off their sources of energy so that they have to like make a deal with us, which I find is kind of if that is kind of a strategy they're gunning for, it's kind of indication of like weakness and a little bit of desperation, that like China's too powerful now to like go up head to head with. You have to like subvert China's plans, like taking out Iran, like we said last time, like stopping the Belt and Road Initiative by making like the Middle East region, like if Iran is like a civil collapse war zone like Syria, you can't it's hard to do any infrastructure development. And then if like greater Israel expands, they can also kind of like block out Iran.
Yeah, we have like a Somaliland style like Kurdish enclave like taking up half of Iran. But, yeah, like the I mean, like, but what I find to be interesting about it is that like these like, you know, they are self-perpetuating, as I think Parmar says. Like they really don't actually have, almost like in the same way that like their kind of aggression towards Russia was like, perceived as provocative and the kind of like actually precipitated like the invasion of Ukraine. Like in a way, like their kind of like their investments and like their own like sort of the strength and like the hegemonic character of like their view of the world, like kind of almost precipitates or like invites this kind of like ultimately this kind of foreign policy. Because like if you think about it, like Obama,
right,
like literally, like the kid of Ann Dunham, like he is like basically like he's not like kicking them around, like they like created him, like he is
right.
Like,
he's a foundation nepo baby. He's a Ford Foundation
by
nepo
these people.
Baby.
Like his entire ideology is like crafted by the Ford Foundation. He like takes like their experts like that like sit on the boards of these foundations or on their the little sort of sub organizations that they fund.
Right.
Like those experts are the people who he trusts most in the world, right?
The CFR, Rockefeller, Atlantic Council, like he trusts the fuck out of these people.
Exactly. But if you end up with someone who doesn't like actually like take the opinions of those people very seriously, right? Then like actually like that person then has all the leverage, because they're not going to be like, oh, like fuck like our imperial agenda that we've been promoting for over like I guess like over 75 years at this point, right? Like where they're not going to like abandon like their whole reason for existing, which is like they're just basically going to be forced to say whatever they can, even if they tut a little bit, and even if they try to like voice their displeasure or try to like regain control, right? That ultimately all they can do is kind of like do that, and then simultaneously basically launder the like behavior of that out of control person. Like they can't actually like actually they end up being the instrument of that person, because they can't really like oppose him in any meaningful way, because really he's just pursuing their agenda by slightly different means. And,
right.
Like,
the end is the same. The means vary slightly, but the end is they have the same goal. Basically, like dominate the world. They just have a slightly different way.
Like, and there's an imbalance because, like, like his strategy is like they have a bunch of power, and obviously, this is we're talking about the chief executive, right? The current administration of power in the United States. Like, he has like the ability to like do whatever he wants, right? And it seems he can basically do whatever with impunity, and like they can't stop him from like he chooses what actually happens. And like if they were to get their way, right, if someone were to pursue their agenda, the same thing that he wants would happen, but perhaps more slowly, right?
And I wonder if it's a perception of American decline that makes certain sectors of like the American ruling class like impatient with the foundation approach to like management, or they see it as kind of like not working as well as it maybe did in the past.
Yeah, they see it as not working. Yeah,
like, enough already. Let's just go out and fucking punch some countries and like take stuff.
They do each kind of feel that like the other person's strategy won't work.
Right.
Even though they have the same goals, they do kind of have a sense the other side's strategy won't necessarily work. But ultimately, like they're not going to, or the foundations aren't going to be able to like actually, change the direction if the executive right at this point chooses not to follow their advice. They can't make him, whereas he can make them, basically because just out of their own investment in like the ultimate American imperial project. He can make them like launder whatever he does and like support him. Because
they'll never
like,
turn
he
on...
is the American president. So yeah, they'll never turn on America. And if he is like deciding what America does, they ultimately will have to support him. Whereas he won't have to support them if he doesn't want to.
Right. And that's like, honestly, if you look at like the roster of the New America Foundation and like its predecessors and all the people in this world, or in this like foundation world that are kind of on this like realist or whatever side, like they helped build this. Like there's a lot of neocons mixed up with a lot of like centrists and stuff, and like they were all kind of cool with the idea of like the increasing the power of the executive, ducking any kind of like democratic accountability, like all this other shit over the years. Like they've all they played an equal role in kind of like chipping away the norms of it. Even if at various times they went, no, like,
because they always imagine that the person would be like listening to them.
Yeah. And what if somebody just says like, fuck you, like, you know, like I'm going to do whatever I want? Well, you kind of built up as like an ultimate bulwark against, I don't know, like the system really changing. You built up this like super powered executive that uses military force all the time. And it's like, you know, it's like, yeah, like the CFR chairman co-founded the Carlyle Group, which is like invested up to the gills in like defense companies and shit. They make money off war. And then he's the serious guy that's going to tell you about how to, like, which wars to start and which ones not to. Like, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, like, in this sense, like, you know, people who say, like, that Trump listens more to Netanyahu, right? Like, they have a point, right? He's much more inclined to listen to Netanyahu than, like, the experts at the Brookings Institution. Right. He doesn't like these like think tank nerds that are like experts. Yeah. Like he likes strong men, like tough guys, you know, that are kind of on his level. Like I think he sees Netanyahu. Yeah. You know, who's not like, you know, like he seems like a meathead, but he did go to Princeton. I mean, I guess he played basketball there, but you know. Right. Right. Like Yeah, I'm looking at the New America Foundation. They get money from the J.B. Pritzker Family Foundation, Gates. The top funders are Pivotal, which is Melinda Gates, Open Society Foundations, Ford Foundation, Gates Foundation, Ford Foundation, Walton Family Education, Robert Wood Johnson. Like think about like the amount of American power that is like, I think the Chan Zuckerberg initiative, like everybody's like mad invested in this like New America Foundation, which is run by Anne Marie Slaughter, who is one of like the chief authors of that like neocon 2.0 for Obama kind of shit, you know, back in the late 2000s. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, she's kind of the only like main name. I don't really recognize a lot of the other. When force replaces frameworks.
Oh my! Is this AI? Is this AI generated? Like when force? It's not.
Trump's TikTok and the growing state of authoritarianism. I mean,
it's not fascism. It's foundational.
Publications, that they have any good? The App Store Accountability Act continues to pose serious concerns for our privacy, security, and free expression. Fair enough.
Yeah, New America Foundation kind of hates Piero Midyar, people funded by him. Let's see who's. Let's see who we got on the New America Foundation.
I kind of gotta go, but
okay, we gotta go. Yeah. We gotta go. Lots of fellows.
We gotta start earlier.
Yeah. Well, you know, I can get out of here. Yeah. Wow, it's a lot of people. A lot of people getting funded by New America Foundation. Anyways, we'll be back on Monday on the Patreon feed. We have a good episode coming up. Barring any crazy events over the weekend, we are continuing to monitor.
I mean, like obviously, we're both probably obsessively monitoring the situation. So, I mean, it's really hard to like think about anything else. But you know, there's only so much we can continue to say about this with everything being as murky as it is.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but does it, like, I've seen other people say it too, but like does the internet feel like more just like throttled than
didn't
like,
I say that?
There's there's like nothing coming out, very little coming out.
They have like, I mean, because you're looking at X probably.
Well, I'm looking at X, but even Telegram is kind of like it's not like minute by minute. The way
Telegram's kind of like a different platform, like anyway. You know, I feel like Telegram is always a little bit slower. I feel like.
Yeah, it's hard to tell where these accounts.
I don't follow like that many people on there.
It's just it's very fog of war right now.
But in particular, like X and you know, a lot of these social media platforms are just like really like.
I feel like X,
I mean, they definitely have like Elon obviously has like, you know, snapped in the like block everyone, you know, who expresses criticism of what's happening, like boost everybody who like celebrates it. Probably gave Grok that command because Grok like curates everything on the site, doesn't he? I definitely have noticed that Grok is like very very in favor of the intervention in Operation Epic Fury, Probably because it was Grok's idea, but
yeah, it was probably Grok's idea. Yeah. I feel like even yesterday, Elon like did something to the feed that is like things. I'm just like not even getting that many tweets from people. I'm not seeing anything, and like everything. Yeah, there's a lot of slop, a lot of like disinfo, a lot of organized bots, kind of arguing for this or that. Different interventions. But yeah, so hopefully, I don't know, we'll get a little more clarity on what's happening, but we will monitor.
Yeah, we'll be monitoring.
Yeah, the monitoring will happen. But anyways, I'll close it here. You can all look at the New America Foundation roster later if you want. You might find some interesting names in there. But we'll leave y'all for now. But until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.